We're four board members right now. We're waiting for Supervisor Fowler. She'll be here soon. Oh, perfect timing. All right. Yep. Where's my? Where's it? Can I get a copy of the agenda, please? What happened to mine? Thank you, Heather. All right. Good morning, everyone, to our special and regular session of Coconino County Board of Supervisors and Coconino County Board Directors of Coconino County Public Health District and Coconino County Jail District. We have an 8 o'clock session, special session. So let's go ahead and get started. If we could please have call to order. District 1.
Good morning, everyone. Continuing with our budget, it's great to see everyone, the staff, and for those that are on virtually, thank you for joining us today. My name is Patrice Horseman, and I am the supervisor for District 1.
Thank you. District 2, Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, current chair, and thank you for being here this morning. District 3.
Good morning, everybody. Adam Hess, District 3's Supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you. District 4.
Good morning, everyone. Judy B. Gay, District 4 Supervisor, current Vice Chair. Welcome.
Thank you. And District 5.
Good morning. You have quite the traffic here. So anyway, good morning, Lena Fowler, District 5. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Item 1 and item 1A are executive session items. May I have a motion to go into executive session?
So move.
Thank you. Can I have a second? Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Fowler and a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we will go into executive session. We will return once we are done with executive session. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. We are now ready for item number 2. Discussion regarding the Coconino County fiscal year 2025 budget, including the library district budget, District 7 court budget, offices of the county attorney, treasurer, public defender, and superior court budgets, outside agency funding for United Way and Creative Flagstaff, the Secure Rural Schools funding, and allocations, flood control district 10-year plan and increment requests, reviewing capacity of one-time increments, recurring increments, and the expenditure limitation and presentation of the fiscal year 2025 recommended budget. And I'll hand it over to Deputy Manager Bertelson.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. We are scheduled today from 9 to 5. So we are working from 9 to 5 today and overtime. So we have a board meeting this evening as well. So we are beginning our journey on a very long day. But with that, we've had a very productive series of budget hearings. As you all remember, many departments or all departments came and presented to you during regular board meetings on all the services that we provide. And then last Wednesday, we had a very productive budget hearing, and then the Friday prior, in which we discussed increments, some of the funding requests that have been made by departments, as well as the 10-year plan amount available for expenditures going forward. So today, we have today and tomorrow to finish up and finalize our budget conversations as a board of supervisors with staff. So Siri and the budget team have done a really good job. So as we go along in the conversations today, so that you have in front of you the materials that we are discussing, we'll be presenting those materials in front of you. So hopefully that will be a bit more productive as we follow along with those materials. So right now I'm just sort of buying Siri some time as she looks for some library. But yeah. And if,
And so 2 of the things that you have, first of all, you have our budget planning agenda and discussion plan. So that is the agenda for the next couple days. I think we're going to end up doing some shuffling with the library district. So we may need to pause and shift everybody up a little bit in the discussions today. The next thing you have that we can get started with is a fund balance history by department. It's the blue document. And to support that, you have more of the detail. So I'll go through what the summary says and then how you can cross-reference that with if you need more detail on how many funds or what is made up of the summary. But the blue report starts with the department to the left. They're in alphabetical order by department. And then you'll see a source. So this is the sources that we have might be fees or fines, state or federal grants, or state or federal shared revenues that go into a special revenue fund. There's general fund support. And in some cases, there's taxes or other special sources as well that the department receives. So you'll see just a high level summary of the total for that source in fund balances under the source column. And then each year, so starting with fiscal year 19, we gave you a 5-year history of actuals. These are actual ending fund balances from the computer system, essentially, of what the ending balances were in total. If you would like more detail, for example, our first line says adult probation fee. So hopefully you see that. You can see in total adult probation ended fiscal year 19 with $434,851 in fee funds in total, and ended, if we go all the way to the right, fiscal year 23 with 444,000. So that 5-year change, they had an increase in balance of $9,462. So it's just the difference between that 23 column and the 19 column there for the change. just so you can kind of see how balances have changed over time. Another point I will make on this is that in some cases, we have deficit balances. We'll see that oftentimes when we look at state or federal funding. So if you go almost to the bottom where you're looking at flood control district, so that second to the last block, I'll let you get there. There's 2 lines for flood control district. It says FCD tax and state and federal. And both of those you'll notice for 23 ended with a deficit. And that's just due to the nature of grant funding where we expend first and then we get reimbursements later. So in essence, the county is fronting cash, if you will, to those grant funds.
Can I ask a question? So I think I get it. So for that, where you see that they're actually expending their fees to pay that amount that they know they're going to get reimbursed for on grants. And so when the grant funding comes in, they can then put the money they expended back in their fee account. Is that correct?
Thank you, Supervisor. So we actually take it from the general fund cash instead of any department fees. Some departments have fee funds, some don't. And so we do cover it with general fund. But otherwise, yes, we allow them to spend it because they've been committed to the funding. They've been awarded the funding. We've accepted the funding. And it's just the nature of how those things work. Then you have to spend the money to then show the expenditures that you're asking for reimbursement on. So we're fronting the cash essentially. So you'll see some deficits at times, and that's totally normal, especially as we look at some of those state and federal funds. So then the second document you have, just to kind of cross-reference with this, you'll notice adult probation had 2 lines on your summary. They had a summary of fees and they had a summary of state and federal funds. But if you were interested in what those fees are made of, you can go to the second document with the gray header and you can see all the details. So for example, adult probation has 4 fee funds. They have an adult probation services fund, a deferred prosecution fund, interstate compact program, and work furlough. Those are listed as fees as the source, and then the fund name and the detail then that corresponds to what we've summarized here in case you have any interest in more drilling down deeper into what those specific fees are. Many fees, as we look across departments, especially in the court system, have fees that are established by statute. And so how they're charged and then how they're used at times is also determined by statute. As we look at state or federal, oftentimes those are also driven by, what was the funding received for? So for example, state and federal adult intensive probation must be expended on adult intensive probation. So not all balances are flexible. So as we look at requests that are coming in this year, sometimes we can use balances in a department, whether it's a fee or a fine or a forfeiture or something of that nature in lieu of general fund as an increment in departments. Any increments they did not receive through the budget process, they could, if allowable by the source, still expend those funds from their special revenue fund. Others, if it does not align with what's in statute for how those funds can be used, they actually cannot then just swap. And so departments need to make that determination, knowing, what the allowable uses are for their various funding sources. And those who have, more balances, fees, fines, and forfeits tend to have greater flexibility then in how they expend the funds. The other one I will point out, the next one on there, assessor, for example, you'll see the source there is general fund support. So whenever it says general fund support, essentially there's total flexibility. It's not driven by any other, criteria as to how those funds are expended. But in the case of the assessor, as one example, we have a couple of these, but in this example, the general fund transfers money every year based on how much fees are collected into the general fund. There's just been the general fund essentially collects the first 25,000 of fees, and then anything that the department collects in excess of that is set aside in a special revenue fund for their sort of discretionary use. And that's why it's listed as general fund, because there are no other stipulations on it. It doesn't come from statute. It doesn't come from anything that otherwise restricts it. It could be general fund dollars.
Could I ask a question?
Supervisor Horstman.
So is this money, it says for the general fund, so it's not set aside in a general revenue or a special revenue account for them?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Horstman. It is set aside in what's called a subsidiary general fund. And so we actually have about 15 general fund accounts. We have our main operating, and then it's set aside to show, because we can't create a restricted fund or a special revenue fund if there's no restriction on it. And so since there's no restrictions on this, it's set aside in its own fund for the assessor, but it rolls into reporting for the general fund, and we could reappropriate it back to the main operating general fund at any time. So it just has a little different character. Another one like that that I'm happy to point out is in the finance department, we have the copier replacement fund, for example, and this fund has been used for different purposes. It was used to implement our new computer system, and that's why it had deficits for many years. But then more recently in fiscal year 21, we pre-funded copier replacements so that because county finance operates copier replacements on behalf of all departments. So this is it's the third block from the bottom on your summary report. And so you'll see there's a copier replacement balance right now. It's actually general fund dollars, but what we decided was, rather than having each department come every year when their copier needs replacement and ask for an increment for that, we organizationally funded a copier replacement program. So now it's administered by Scott up in finance, and he looks at what is the life of the machine, what does a replacement look like based on the mileage of the machine and how old it is. And, he does that analysis with the department on their needs and facilitates the replacement of those copiers using the dollars that have been set aside for this purpose. And so the dollars that you see in there are about 7 years worth of copiers, which is about one full cycle, because we have about an average lifespan of 7 years on our copiers. So they're all a little different.
I can ask it. So I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out, since we're on a very tight budget year.
Mhm.
And so I understand some of these fees that are absolutely are not flexible. They're set and mandated by statute on how to be spent. Those fees that are not set by statute, it's really up to the department then to, in accordance with the law, of course, to utilize those. In your case, in finance, you've made that decision to set that aside for a copier replacement fund. And so you've specifically designated fees that are flexible fees for something that is necessary that, and long-term. I don't see anything like that with the others that you've set forth, or are there?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Horseman. So in the case of general fund, it was strictly a transfer. There's no fee associated with it.
Okay.
So organizationally, the county had decided to put money towards copier replacements, just like we do in facilities. You'll see general fund 2 lines up from that, general fund facilities for repair and replacement. So rather than every year coming forward and saying, can we have 75,000 for carpet replacement?
Okay, and I'm sorry, we're kind of comparing apples and oranges.
Okay.
And my mind is still with apples, not with the oranges. So the apples being the fees.
Okay.
Okay, and then we can go to oranges.
Okay.
So if we can just kind of talk about the fees first. I'm sorry,
Oh, sure.
I'm
No,
not as
thank you.
nearly as conversant in the finances as you are. So if we can just look at fees first.
Sure. And so then maybe it would be helpful if we walked through the summary by department, because you're right. And we can talk about anything that says fee or fine and forfeiture. So for example, adult probation, they do have those 4 different fee funds. And exactly, Supervisor Horseman, as you noted, the department would then should then be able to speak to, if asked, how can those fees be used? What is the statutory, limitations on them? Is it just on how they're collected, or is it also on how they're expended? As we look then at assessor does not have any fee funds. Clerk of Superior Court has a set of fee funds, and then they have some fine and forfeiture funds as well. And so there's a listing of those on the detail, but again, the clerk of court's office would know, right, the allowable uses for all of those balances that they have on hand.
And so with that, that's a good example, if I may, Chair. Under county attorney fine forfeiture, it's showing that the change is a minus number.
Yes.
So can you tell us, is that because they've prepaid out of that fee fund? Is that what's happened there, and they're expecting that to be reimbursed when the grant comes in or when other monies come in?
Thank you. So in the case of county attorney, they actually are the custodian of some forfeiture dollars from anti-racketeering activities. and those have been dwindling. And so, no, we don't expect anything to be reimbursed. And those, I can say on behalf of the department, are not really available for any kind of general use. They are very restricted and cannot be, touched for that for any other purposes. Mhm. So, as we look at the county manager, that is the elections fee that they have for. So as we hold elections, we also charge our partners for their participation in the elections, and a portion of that fee is set aside for equipment replacement. Again, that's voluntary on our part because the fee is based on what it costs the general fund to run the elections. But so it is a fee in this case, but we as the county have made a determination that a portion goes to the general fund and a portion goes to equipment replacement, since that's an integral part of holding an election. And so they need to have a bucket to pull from as equipment needs to be replaced. Okay. Then again, kind of just moving down, the HHS department has a variety of fees based on the services that they provide. As you know, HHS does everything from food handler licenses to, impounding dogs. So they have fees that can span a spectrum of services. And so the use of those fees can be limited. So if we collect, for example, fees for birth certificates, for example, then we use that to fund the birth certificate program. Some of them are restricted by statute, some of them are not, and the department has all of the details on, all of the individual ones and how their uses can be allocated. On our next page for fees, we have all of the justice courts together, and the justice courts have a variety of fees, fines, and forfeitures that are established by statute. And so again, it would be up to the department to speak to the allowable use of those funds. Same in juvenile, again, many of theirs are fees that are, well, actually all of their fee funds are established by statute in terms of what they can charge and how they can charge it. And then they would need to speak to, of course, the use of those funds that are specifically noted as fee funds. The legal defender as well. So legal, they have something also established by statute, and it's just one fee fund. Parks and Rec has the public-private partnership fund listed as the fee fund. And so again, that was a determination made with in setting up the partnerships out at Fort Tuthill that a portion of the revenues from those contracts would be set aside for improvements and programming at Fort Tuthill. Public defender, very similar to legal defender. They have a fee established by statute that they could speak to the use of. Public Works does not have any fees. And we can come back to then kind of some of those other funding sources that are not specifically fees, like you said, getting to the oranges part in a minute. The recorder has a fee, and it is restricted to enhancing the recorder services. So one example is recently they maintained a record storage facility, and they offered to use some of these funds to offset the general fund cost of that facility. So that's one way that they've used that fee. But they get a portion of all recording fees, and by statute, it goes into the recorder storage and retrieval fund. Sheriff's Office also has some fee funds. Again, some of them are related to the jail. So an example of a sheriff fee would be the inmate welfare fund, where inmates are paying those fees, but then they go, they're restricted by statute to programs that support the inmates, programming, additional services, that kind of thing. But they have 3 fee funds. And their outside pay fund is used to fund overtime when they're contracted to do additional security on behalf of other organizations. So they charge for that service, and then they pay the overtime costs out of that fund. Superior Court, rather, and really all of the courts ones, again, they would have to speak to the allowable uses. All of those are driven by statute in terms of how they're collected and then what the allowable use is. And finally, the treasurer also has a fee that is a storage and retrieval type fee. So when they are charging for their services by statute, a portion goes into this fund and then is used for taxpayer enhancement services. So that kind of speaks to the various fees that we have. If we were to go back through, we have those other types. Many of them, if they say state or federal, are going to be related to almost always some type of grant. But some are going to be revenue shares. And so it would be up to the department to speak to their individual fund balances, honestly. because we do have a few where they receive a state shared set aside revenue that's listed. The source is state money. But they might have a little bit of flexibility on how they use that. So an example of that might be an enhancement type fund. So when something is listed as state or federal, but it's really enhancement money, then that's money that's been given to them from the state to enhance their own programming, and that may have more flexibility than a fee fund in a department might. Other than that, most things, if it says private, it's a private grant. We of course have our HHS public health services tax that we're collecting, our flood control district tax. In the public works department, they have HERF dollars and road maintenance sales tax dollars that are in their fund balances. It's on the report, but of course those are restricted to transportation and highway and street uses. So again, I think to use this to your benefit, I think that really the question is when we're talking to departments about their requests and asking them, right, because they are the experts on all of these funds and what is flexible for spending or what the allowable uses are. So as we see, 5-year changes of the positive, just having them explain what the funds are being reserved for or what they're allowed to. In some cases, we have funds that maybe we just don't have programs that are allowable that we can spend them on. And so the fund balance has been increasing. Other cases, maybe they are able to be spent. So it's more of a question of the department because we don't in finance, of course, have all of those statutes at our disposal to know what might be allowable, what might not be allowable.
If I may. And the reason I've been wanted this, and thank you, this is very helpful to me because I hadn't seen this before. So I appreciate you taking us through there, is, we're tight on money and we have services and programs that we very much want to keep. And so, it's one of the reasons we're taking a look at, like, for example, a 10% CPI is to try to add an extra sum of money per department for them to utilize as they see it at the highest and best use. And to a certain extent, those departments that are lucky enough to have some fee generation, and I know that's not across all the departments, and for those departments that have fee generation that are not limited by state or federal statutes, it also provides them an opportunity or a source they can dip into. And I just wanted to see that when we're looking at the big picture for the departments and for some of their requests, what can and can't we do? What is there or not there? And that's why that's helpful to me. So thank you.
So with that,
Question.
Vice Chair Brigade.
Thank you, Siri, for the presentation. You gave us this blue 5-year fund balance history by department, and then you gave us also the fund balance report, detail report. In going back to adult probation, you have under the fees, $444,313 as a FY23 ending balance. So going back to your fund balance report detail, how did you get that figure, or how did you get those figures? Because all the 4 fees that are listed here, how I'm trying to figure that out there.
yes, thank you. So generally, we should be able to sum it up by type. I see what you're saying on adult probation. We do have a couple shared funds that would have been split essentially to come up with these balances. So I can crosswalk it if you'd like. Generally, the one that is assigned specifically to a department is going to be on this detail. This will include an allocation at times when there are shared balances. And so mostly, so if we look at assessor they only have one fund. If we look at clerk of court, for example, and if you were to add up the fees, there is a difference because they have some shared funds as well. So if you would like the prorated ones, we didn't split them out by department on the detail. We did incorporate them into the summary of what the prorated balance is. And so that's common in the courts. Unfortunately, it's not as straightforward when we look at, because we presented this by the actual fund name versus the split out when they have shared funds.
Yeah, I guess, I think we need to see the whole picture
Okay.
as that amount there versus, what's actually there for the ending balances under fund balance report detail.
Okay.
So that way we're talking apples and apples.
Okay. Sure. So I'm not sure if the library district is going to.
They have tomorrow on their schedule for
Oh,
9 o'clock for Corey.
okay.
Corey, I don't know if you want to address the board or not, but I think we could probably talk a bit about the library fund, and if they want to come tomorrow, they can.
Okay.
Or, yeah, your thoughts here.
I think we should probably give them the opportunity to make their presentation. So I see Sandy's here for district or for Division 7. I don't know if we want to move on to that or if
Yes.
It's 8 o'clock. We might want to take. Got waiting on. Library is not scheduled for tomorrow. So their invitation is. So we can fill in with some library discussion, but they're not going to be presenting. Division 7 is next on the agenda at 10:15. So we could see if we can maybe get some folks over here earlier, but then if we could take maybe a 15-minute break for mid-morning.
Sure, we'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break, let everybody get on track, and then at let's see, so 15 would be at 5 till. We'll try to get started, and if we can have those departments ready to go, that would be great. All right, thank you. Are we ready to begin?
Chair Vasquez, members of the board, we are ready to begin.
All right, with that case, thank you everyone for your patience, and we'll hand it over to our county manager team.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. We have here with us today, folks from our court as well as our respective attorneys' offices to talk about the Division 7 proposal. And with that, Siri has shared on the screen the proposal for the Division 7 Superior Court request. With that, we have Sharon here from Court Administration. Ammon is on his way over as well. He's running a bit late today with his schedule. We also have Sandy from our Defender's Office as well. So Siri, anything to share with us on details that we can discuss, or Sharon, would you like to take the podium?
And I'll just note that we did work collaboratively on the numbers so finance has reviewed these and we agree with what has been put.
Chair, members of the board, we met with our partners last week to try to cut the budget as much as we can. And so this is the proposal that we came up with, and I will speak directly about the court proposal. We left mental health clinical liaison position in there, even though it's not technically tied to Division 7. Our mental health court is in our Division 2 court right now. But you can see here, minimum staffing. This only includes salaries and EREs for these positions. It does not include any additional monies for required trainings that these positions are required to attend, or travel, computer. We do lease our computers from the administrative office of the courts, any licensing that we're required to have for Division 7. So this is the bare minimum. And the positions that are included here is the judge position, a full-time judge. And you'll see the recurring cost of $230,000. That's for the full year. So that'd be half of that for 6 months. The judicial assistant position, court security. We really feel that we absolutely have to have a court security officer. They do help with our jury. They're in charge of our jury. So if we're going to run jury trials, they're responsible for those jurors. And then down below is the mental health clinical court liaison position for a grand total of $345,000. That's for the whole year. So again, 6 months would be half that, which is approximately $172,500. And I'm happy to answer any questions specifically on the court part of the budget.
Thank you for clarifying the fact that this is for the full year and that it would actually only be half of what we're looking for these increments, because it didn't seem that on the proposal itself. So thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome. At the bottom, you'll see the total, but it wasn't broken down by each department.
And Chair, if I can just add to that, we do have a higher cost for fiscal year 25 because we do anticipate having to pick up a little bit more than 6 months to continue the whole programs through June 30th. The original funding was given as an estimate for 2 years worth of position funding. Some positions were hired earlier than others. Some were a little bit more costly. And so some, if we did nothing, would otherwise expire based on funding in around August or September. And so that is why the FY25 cost is higher, because we want to get all of the positions that were under the original plan to December 31st. And then the continuing positions you see above would be the other 6 months of funding for the year.
Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Vice Chair Brigay.
Sure. Thank you, Sharon. My question is, you're talking about taking off all the required trainings and stuff like that. What kind of trainings and what is the amount that you were looking at and took off?
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Begay. I don't have the dollar amounts, but I don't know if Jan would have it, but the required trainings, each court employee is required to go to 16 hours of COJET, our continuing education requirements. Most of them can be done locally. The judge, the judicial officer position, is required to attend an annual judicial conference, and that's either in Phoenix or Tucson, depending on the year. And then they also are required to get the 16 hours of continuing education credits, along with our court security officer. and our mental health clinical liaison.
Supervisor Horstman.
First of all, thank you for kind of putting pen back to
Mhm.
paper and seeing what you can do. Certainly I think it'd be very difficult after setting up Division 7 and the services that it provides and the importance that it provides to our community. So, but we're in such a difficult financial year, so I really appreciate that. And I know you broke it up between Superior Court and, of course, county attorney request. As I recall, the original amount that we were looking at was 979,000, just a little bit over that. And that would have been both the Superior Court and for the county attorney request. That was the total amount. Can you tell us what you took? Can you give us a breakdown of what you took out to come out to your 345,000, your bare bone budget?
Yeah, Chair, Supervisor Horstman, we cut out the court tech position. We worked closely with our clerk of court. That was something that she was agreeable to cut out for Division 7. And then also we cut out all of the additional dollar amounts that we had associated with the training, the computers, the licensing. Those things we could either absorb in our general fund budget or use a special revenue funds for those additional items. Sorry, I'm looking at Jan if she had the.
Morning, Vice Chair or Chair, sorry, Chair and board members. I don't have an exact figure. We worked off of what we could take out, and it's mainly operations, office supplies, postage, publishing, things that we could absorb. So for judges to train, that extra additional cost for the judge alone was probably another 1,500 for the year. So we took out, I want to see.
I mean, was it like 100,000, a couple 100,000?
Yeah, but a couple 100,000 overall.
And if we funded for 6 months, Siri, maybe this is a question for you, then what would we need to do? I guess we're going to have to take some kind of amendment to the budget going forward.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. So if we wanted to go later and add the additional 6 months, I think might be the question, maybe after expenditure limitation, then we would want to amend the budget at that time to add things back in. I would say from a staff perspective, though, the people who are hired right now are going to start getting letters. And so it may be, more beneficial to retaining staff to either move forward or not move forward with it as part of the budget assumptions. To the question on the savings, I'll just draw your attention down to the bottom for a second here. I'm trying to outline it. So really the reductions in total, not just on the court side, but with the scaling that has come back, they have been able to reduce the ask by a recurring $192,000. If this were to be, added as a recurring program, so it brings that cost down. You'll see to 650,000 from originally we had estimated an annual cost of 844 just for fiscal year 25, because again, this does assume that we would also add some backfill to continue those existing positions. Some of them would need to be continued through December 31st as well. So the cost is it's not exactly half, but it does provide savings from our original estimate for the year from 500,000 of 96,400, which would be the position that was just noted that was taken out, plus a position and a half in the county attorney's office. First, that's the 6-month cost of what we would no longer be continuing through June 30th. So in other words, you would get $96,400 back as available funding for allocation to other programs.
Chair, members of the board, I did find our original request. Our original request was for $491,726. That did not include any salary savings. As you can see in here, we included some court reporter salary savings by holding those positions vacant. So for half of the year, it would have been $245,863. So we did cut quite a bit off our budget.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. We really appreciate your flexibility and going back to the drawing board multiple times to help make this work. We definitely want to support this. We're just looking for the best way to make it win-win for everybody. Supervisor Horseman.
I know Lena's had her hand up and then I'll go. So I'm looking at, that was handed out to us before. We have, as you know, approximately 1 million investment options. And so what I am looking at is what was handed out to us before, where it showed the investments to continue Division 7 through 6/30/25, county attorney 3.0, public defender 2.0, superior court 4.0. Those are the FTEs. Mental health clinical liaison 1.0. And it shows that to continue, according to the handout we received, to continue for the investments for Division 7 was $979,050, believe it or not. And for a total one-time, minus the savings for ARPA backlog carryover of $479,050. And so I guess my question is, since I'm trying to go off this to decide we got $1 million investments, we'd like to keep Division 7 in there. What does this look like on this investment sheet based on the changes that are coming forward to us?
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. So the numbers you just read off actually total to the net 844 of recurring. And so the savings from that if this were to be considered to be moved forward as a recurring increment rather than an FY24, the annual cost savings would be 192. So that's where they're getting this. The grand total of 651 is the new total after all of the adjustments and scaling from that original number of 844. The numbers you read off for fiscal year 25 only continuation totaled to 500,000. And so the savings from that, just for, again, continuation only with a commitment through June 30th, would reduce that cost by 96,400, putting at just over $400,000.
So what I would like to see, I think would be helpful for the whole board, is to take this 1 million investment options and plug in the changes that are being recommended. So we have an updated total of what we're looking at.
Thank you. Yes, and we will have that for tomorrow's wrap up for sure.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any other comments from board members? Supervisor Fowler.
I want to go back to the state. What message are we sending to the state when we're taking on state? We're always afraid of state mandates. And here we are taking on a state program. No, I would not support recurring at this point. I understand we need Division 7, but I think we need to really look at look at the state to tell them our needs. I believe that we need to put an education packet together of our needs to the state. We did that with when we were going through ARPA and that negotiation we were going through with NACO. Courts was not in there. It was our county that took on that initiative, our Board of Supervisors, and we really advocated and got other counties to join us, especially in the rural caucus, to really support having ARPA be used for the backlogs in the courts. And so I can understand that that needs to continue, but I'm still going back to the state. How do we handle that part? I don't think that's yours to answer. Maybe we need to talk to Greg and Keith about this. And, I just want to hear your thoughts, Steve and Andy, and trying to see how do we handle that how do we approach that? I mean, obviously, Division 7 is needed. We have, obviously, we have all of that, but I don't want to send a message to the state that it's okay, you don't have to fund these projects, that you don't have to take on this responsibility that is yours. We'll take care of it, even though we don't have the funds.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the points you raised, Supervisor Fowler, are points that we've contended with every year for many years. It's not to say that the message is any less strong today than it was. If in fact, it's probably more strong now. With regard to counties, ourselves included, I think we'd probably have the same situation if you go to any county in Arizona to look at, what does the financial partnership that counties have with the state relative to courts. I know that recently there was a gathering of, I think, the Prosecutors Association and ACJC and others came together in a summit, I think, last week to talk about it. And one of the main areas that came from it, I haven't seen the results per se, but it was, the resources needed to fund the system. We've long contended that we don't always see some certainty and predictability in funding from the state relative to courts beyond what we get in terms of the divisions that are funded by population, which I indicated earlier in the process. Looking at our population is not relevant because our population is very different than the reality of our population that comes to and through every day. And so looking at county population as a metric by which to fund courts is not realistic for us. And so again, I guess I don't have an answer to the question, but again, every year we have the conversation about additional funds needed to fund our system. And we always have the question about, what is the state's responsibility? It's especially difficult this year with the state budget being what it is. But it certainly does not reduce the need for the discussion and for the points that the board could make to the state regarding your observation.
And with, not with just the state budget situation, with our own situation. We have our expenditure limit. We have, this year, we're not able to, we have other programs that really need funding, and yet we have to put funding into Division 7. And how do we balance this? And if the state is doing its responsibility and take on what is the state responsibility, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in right now. And yet we have to put money here, and it limits our responsibility. We have a greater responsibility for the citizens of the county with all the other programs that we have. And yet the state chooses not to take on its responsibility. And we have limited funds as well. And we're trying to juggle and say, okay, reduce what you're requesting for. And every year, yes, ever since I was elected, every year we go through this, every year. And every year we go back and forth with the state, and it's just, I don't know, I'm just really troubled. I feel the challenge for the court system and trying to meet the needs of our citizens and, those that find themselves in the court system. But still, it's just, I just have to bring it up. It's just, and this is not a good year for us to be in this situation that we're in right now. But I do not support recurring. I want to see if we can, I still like to put an education packet together for the state legislators and for CSA and start talking even more. I know we brought it up at the state CSA before, and there was a discussion about it, but I think we need to really push it even more. And we can carry it for now, but I like to see if there's any other way that we can even cut even more of this. We have great needs that we're denying budget requests. And how do we meet some of those, even though we're very tight on our budget? If there's any way that this can be tightened up even more, I know that that's a challenge. Training is important, computers are important, licensing is important, training, travel is important, and all the office supplies and everything else that comes with a position, you know, that those are all important. However, we're in a tough situation where how do we take this on and try to meet the some of the other requests, very important requests that have come in. So that's I guess that's where I'm at, and I like to see the latest version as to where we are with our how much we can spend this year. I like to see that so that we can figure out where we're at right now. Thank you. Thanks, Sharon. And it's not to you. You're just doing your job, and all your staff. I really appreciate all the court systems, the CJCC, but we're always in this. We're always struggling with the state. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman?
You know, I think one of the loudest voices down there at the state to try to get the state to do what they're supposed to be doing is your Supervisor Fowler. And I think it's going to continue to be, as it is for the rest of us here and on the board and in Coconino County. Unfortunately, we have a situation where the state has not met its responsibilities to local government, and yet we have a responsibility to the people who live here. So we are a county that has about 150,000 people who are here, and we are a tourist-based economy. So we invite in and we want people to come in, and that means that we're really providing services. Well, 6 million for the Grand Canyon alone. So who knows for how many millions of people that come in through and utilize our services here. We heard that 40% of those in the criminal justice system are not from our local population. So we are serving and providing criminal justice and maintaining our constitutional requirements to anyone who comes here in Coconino County, whether they're a resident or not. And I share Supervisor Fowler's frustration, but the responsibility to make sure that our residents and those that are visiting us meet the basic fundamental justice is ours. And so, I understood why we created Division 7. It was during a time where we actually, remember the good old days when we got ARPA funds? Those are really fun. This isn't fun. But the truth of the matter is that it is a huge responsibility, and maintaining a judicial system and social justice is certainly high on our list. When I said before, when we talk about forest restoration for the health and safety, this is another portion of that. It is really the human restoration and our responsibility to people who visit us and people who live here. We've got a huge undertaking. I mean, here's what I think we should do. We should call the courts. I know this is cynical, but maybe we need to call it part of a school voucher system, and maybe then we'll get actual payments for the services that we need for our residents and people who visit us here in Coconino County. So I know that's very cynical, but the truth of the matter is that we have been, all right, we have a motion in a second. No. And the truth of the matter is we have a very difficult time that we have to try to provide the programs and services for our community. And I appreciate you putting pen to paper. We're going to have to put pen to paper even more. One of the questions I was looking at, we're looking at CPI funding to give a little extra more for the departments. We're looking at the possibility if there's fee funding that can be utilized to cover some of these programs. I'm assuming you're also looking at that. I certainly support Division 7, whether we call it reoccurring or not. It's going to have to be reoccurring, whether we choose to call it that this year or not, because I think it's a fundamental justice issue for our community. So thank you.
Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you. Since being on the board, I find that, we are taking some of the responsibilities that the state should be handling. And yet, we're not really proactive in going forth and trying to do something about it. Even at CSA, they mention it here and there, and nobody says, okay, let's do something. Let's all, get some kind of document together. Let's all, the whole CSA people sign off. Let's all go to the state building, nobody has really said that. And I think, a lot of times, I'm thinking that Coconino County is usually a forerunner. And I think we really need to do something like that, in order to let us be heard. And, making sure that, we cannot continue to do this. I'm not saying that, we don't need this department. Mental health is something that we really need to deal with. It's something that's real, and that's something that, is not what we wish upon our people. And so I just want to say, I think it's going to we have to start doing that. Next year, we're going to be sitting here again if we're reelected. But, I just wanted to say that, it's got to be done. Or where are we going to start? Who's going to start it? We have position papers. We can do the whole CSA, that we're strong. We meet every often, and we can do something, put it on the agenda, and let's toss it around. I know other people come in, do many presentations to us, but that's just many presentations. What about this issue here? It's got to be resolved. So anyway, I think we need to go forward with that, and I also support my colleagues. Whatever they said is so true. And why are we being told to do this? What if one day they say, oh, you guys will run Coconino County on your own, it's a state fund, it's not the state's not going to give you any more money for it, then what are we going to do? We got to set some precedents here too. So I just want to say thank you, Andy, Steve, and your staff. We can get something rolling here. I think would be great. At least, we're trying. And next year, where we're sitting, the people that in these seats will be talking about the same thing again. But we really need this Division 7. I think it's really something that we really need to keep. But how do we keep it is the bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from board members? Thank you. Appreciate it. And again, we are trying to figure out that nice balance where we maintain services, but still make sure that we spread the love across the county with all the different increment requests that we've had and which investments we want to put in. So, Deputy County Manager.
I think Supervisor Fowler had a comment as well, so I'll defer to.
Thank you. I don't see the clerk's office in here. They don't need a budget. I know she took part of her funding and put it in here as well. So she doesn't need anything for the Division 7. Okay, just want to double check on that. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Chair Vasquez, members of the board, I think you can see that we, in our criminal justice system, ours in Coconino County, team players all the way through. And we heard that from the clerk of the court and her comments to the Board of Supervisors a couple of weeks ago on this and about how to fund the courts going forward. With CSA, to Vice Chair Begay's comments, in all of our comments. It is on the County Supervisors Association of Arizona on their research agenda to track all of the criminal justice costs associated with county operations. What we do with that research will be hugely important, and that's where your work comes into play as supervisors in those lobbying efforts at the state of Arizona. As you know, that state lobbying effort is always difficult, but so that's where we are in terms of that research and compiling all of that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We also have with us Ammon from the County Attorney's Office and Sandy from the Public Defender's Office, if you would like them to comment on their parts on the sheet.
Yes, please do.
Members of the board, Chair Vasquez, thank you. I thought I was just going to be able to sit here and listen, but I'm happy to comment. The county attorney's office is in support of Division 7 all the way through. As Chair Horseman said, we have to administer justice. That's our duty. And Division 7 allows us to administer justice in a timely fashion, and it also addresses the mental illness issues that we're facing in our county, and we see it elsewhere. We believe it's important. And it's so important, in fact, that we asked for 3 positions. We whittled it down to 1.5, and we're willing to make that sacrifice because we believe that it's important that we keep this going forward. We've made a great step forward with Division 7. To not continue that work would be 2 steps backwards, and so we want to make sure that we're working together. And I think, to Andy's point, we are working together, and that's the beautiful thing is in our system. I don't think you see this in a lot of other counties where county attorney's office, public defender's office, courts, we're working together to try to find a solution. And it's really beautiful. So I just want to, again, I agree with what statements that were made earlier from everybody. I know it's tough times. I know it's tough with the state budget and with the county budget right now. And everyone's trying to make a sacrifice so that we can get this moving forward. So happy to answer any questions. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Horseman.
We do acknowledge that this has been a department and across departments for everybody getting together. We really do appreciate that. We acknowledge that, see that, and truly, truly appreciate it. So thank you.
Yes, I just want to commend everybody that's been involved, all the different departments that are working together to make this happen. I remember earlier the county attorney had come to us presenting about systems thinking, and this is a great example of that systems thinking, looking for a way to find a solution to provide this service. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. And you're absolutely right that not all counties work together like this and judicial systems. So I just want to appreciate everyone working together. And we recognize that from here. And we recognize it through the CJCC as well. So we really appreciate that. We know we have a strong system. We just have to voice our opinion about the state when we come to this.
Yes, absolutely.
Aside from pounding our fists. So thank you. Really appreciate all the departments working together. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I know like even the health department, they're not on here, but they're involved. So when you're talking about mental health, it really does, the division such as this one really does draw on all the other departments, not just the ones that are listed here. So, and in that sense, this is just across the board, the whole county addressing this. And yes, our people there is a great need for mental health services, and it's in the courts. So, really appreciate that. And then our sheriff's department created a program, and we have a new division within the health department and all the way into the school system. So everyone's trying to do their part, and really just want to appreciate the help, the court system. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Begay.
I was just sitting here thinking, oh, hi, I'm on. Ooh. It's on. Okay, chair always does that. But anyway,
Just kidding. I was thinking, are any of these services that is being done by Division 7, can they be billed to somebody?
Build?
Yeah. Because I know they have,
No.
no, not
Unfortunately.
now. Yeah, I know a lot of places they do that, they have mental health and stuff, they bill certain people, so.
Yeah. I've often thought how nice it would be if I could bill my time, but it's a public service.
For
so we have
mental
to-
health services.
Right. Yeah, there's not really a situation, I think, in Division 7 where that would be available. With the people that we're seeing in Division 7 through the mental health court, for instance, are criminal defendants, and we're providing services to them so that we can hopefully not see them again and they get the treatment they absolutely need. So, but I'm certainly open to all kinds of creative suggestions, but in this instance, there's nothing more we can do, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments?
Let me see. Sandy, did you want to make a comment from the Public Defender's Office?
Yes, please.
Usually I get to have the last word, but I guess Sandy can close it out.
Don't worry, we'll call you back up.
He's reserving 3 minutes. Did you catch that?
Never get the last word, Good morning, Chair Vasquez, members of the board, County Manager's Office. Before I get started, I want to introduce you to, well, you guys have met Araceli, who's basically our office manager, but Matt Tanner and Alvin Begay are here today. That is my investigator division. And they are amazing. Won another trial last week, sorry. Largely due to the work of these 2 gentlemen and some interns. And I just thought it'd be good for them to come over and see how this works. And one of the positions is one of our ARPA positions. So what I would like to add is just a couple of things. I did note from that document that you have that the Deputy Public Defender, I think that's billed or in place as an attorney too. And I don't know, Megan, I didn't have a chance to ask Siri. When we originally did the ARPA funding, it was for an attorney too, and I think that's how that's in there. So our SIR request was for approximately 7,000 less than that. Every little bit helps. And also what I wanted to tell you was that I have left the attorney position open since September. So we have been scrambling since September to cover court. And if you hear from Judge Grodman, I'm sorry that things get backed up in Justice Court, but I have 2 people working their rear ends off every day they're over there. This attorney would be an entry-level attorney 1 that would help them, because a lot of cases come up from Justice Court to Superior Court, and a lot of them end up in Division 7 if you're asking for a Rule 11. The other thing I wanted to tell you about these positions is that, and I think Siri said it forth earlier today, they're both ARPA. So I don't know how much we have in ARPA for them, but these are the full costs for a year with EREs. The attorney position also has some training and licensures and things like that. We've got that all set up because I've left that empty. So I have one of those funds that come from the state, the Public Defender Training Fund pays for the training for that. And they already have their computer, everything's there. What we did is, one of my attorneys right now was my ARPA attorney, and we left him in general fund for a while. Or we left him in ARPA for a while, we just moved him over to general. So it only shows a vacancy probably in that ARPA position for the last month or so, but it actually has been empty. Or I've kept an attorney position empty, however you want to keep track of the money. The other thing I wanted to say is we're talking a lot about mental health. And as y'all know, we lost our, really we're clamped about this, but we lost our legal defender last week. And we also, one of the legal defenders had a baby last week. So they are really short. And in that spirit of being a team, as much as we can, we have taken all the Title 36s. Actually, I and my friend Larry, who's an attorney, have taken all the Title 36s. And we have opened 22 of them since that first week of May. So we're getting about 2 a day. And if y'all do the math, 52 weeks, 10 a week, that's 520 a year. I'm hoping this is just a bubble, but we haven't done them full time since 2014. So I don't know. We were told there'd be 5 or 6 a week. So we're already like, the math's not adding up. But there's mental health's an issue, right? And certainly we know that. We deal with that. Our investigators do a lot of help with that. So I just wanted to let you know, even though that maybe these 2 positions for us aren't necessarily an integral part of Division 7, they are part of Division 7 because they're part of the criminal justice system. And we work with the courts, we work with Ammon's office, we work with the legal defender, we work with the guidance center, we work with all of these agencies to try to get the best outcomes we can for our citizens and our clients. Because ultimately they're all our citizens, right? Except for maybe the tourists, but we're not going to talk about this. The other thing I wanted to say, and Ammon kind of brought this up, is 2 weekends ago, I was at a meeting of all the public defense agency directors in the state. And I want to tell you that we are the only county where the county attorney will come in and say, Sandy needs that position, fund it. If you can, you know, obviously you have you have a whole county to worry about. We are very unique in the fact that we try to work together as much as we can until we're in that courtroom, and sometimes even there. And so if there's any way we can cut our 2 positions, I'm happy to do it. If it has to be one time, non-reoccurring for just this year, I understand that. And I totally understand where you're coming from, Supervisor Fowler, because we know that state does it to us every year. And this year we have the expenditure limit. So I think the last thing I want to tell you is I have been telling all my friends about the expenditure limit. I've been saying, I can't add this, but you should know how this was developed and how old this is. And so we're all hoping that that will pass in November. But in the meantime, if there's any other way we can cut, because it looks like we didn't cut, but we will cut anywhere we need to that we can to help you.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Are there any other? Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Sandy. I know you're always so open and just your elementary way of explaining how everything runs in your department. You know, there's a lot of journal, mental health, brain studies that are being done on the impact of COVID on our brains. And that's what we're seeing. I think it'd be really good to see, I wish we could scan everybody's brain that comes through to find out. Yeah, I know. But in the long run, it might be that a lot cheaper. We'll know how to treat each one of them. But, you know, it's just, we are an impact of a company shutdown and the trauma it delivers. We're the ones that pick it up. Pandemic and illnesses, major illness, that we're the ones that pick it up. A lot of the mental health issues that are happening today is a result of the pandemic and the and so it'd be really if I wish we could do a study across the board. It's every single one of our departments that are dealing with it. Every single department. And the courts is just one of them, you know, and so, and then the courts, we're seeing fewer cases, but more complex. It may be part of that too. So I understand the challenges that our court system is dealing with in all the departments. And I really appreciate you all working together, and we completely see it from here. And we see it when we're in our meetings across the country and just here in the state. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I wanted to add to that because I totally believe what you're saying is true.
But we were looking at our figures this morning, and with 2 months left for this fiscal year, we are already almost equal to the number of cases we opened last year. And it looks like we are going to be the highest case number since pre-COVID. So we have slowly ramped up. And of course, this includes dependencies and terminations of parental rights and juvenile and all of those. And this is without the Title 36 numbers. But I totally agree. There's something there.
Yeah, if we can, sorry, Mr. Chair, Steve and Andy, maybe if we just track where in every department where there's mental health that pops up, you know, maybe that's something that we can track this prior to the pandemic to here to see where, and then, you know, we set aside funds too, to really address an issue. And maybe, I know we created a division, but maybe set some aside, start thinking about setting aside funding to address some of these issues that the departments are really struggling with. We set aside for, you know, for our facilities, capital, I get, and maybe this is something, I don't know, this is just thinking right now. How do we address, because these are cases are number, we don't know how many numbers, the number is just escalating. So when do we, we're trying to find that intervention, and that's what you're all trying to do, is find an intervention and say, hey, this is, and every department is trying to do that. Our sheriff's department, certainly health department, and even in our school system. But maybe for us as a county to be looking forward, maybe that's something we can do. Then maybe not this year, maybe next year, something ongoing. Well, how do we plan for this?
Mr. Chair, I can comment, though, that we're seeing this in our experience rates for our employee and dependent insurance, health insurance. Mental health related issues are one of the larger areas of experience. And so, you know, we're seeing the trends everywhere. But your points are well taken, and we'll put together some requests for departments to provide some input or the data back to us on impacts that they're seeing at their levels.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question. I know there's various departments that are taking on mental health. I was wondering, have the departments done any streamlining of services, or do you get together to say, okay, you do this part and we do this part? And maybe it's already like that, but you know how the health department and various, you know, maybe they differ. I just want to know that. Thank you.
Vice Chair Begay, that's a great question. The problem with mental health is there's so many different buckets it can fall in. So for instance, a Rule 11 is a competency evaluation, and a defense attorney, even if their client doesn't want it, has an ethical duty, if we think it's warranted, to ask for one. And so those cases obviously go a certain way for the Rule 11. But we also have a lot of cases that are, the client's clearly mentally ill. Or maybe they're competent, but they're clearly mentally ill. And those are the ones that are hard. For us personally, we work with a lot of Hope Lives, the Guidance Center, a lot of agencies in town trying to make sure they're accessing services where they access them. At the real team level, we have the Pathways program where county attorney and we have attorneys over there, and there's a ton of service providers that are trying to get these folks into, make sure they're doing their mental health treatment, but they're also addressing homelessness and other issues too, joblessness and things like that. The Title 36s are another area where, and I think this is to an earlier question you had as Vice Chair Begay. In the Title 36s, those are, you know, we all know those are statutorily mandated, and the county picks up the funds on those. There's not much we can do about those. The way they come in, the way the treatment's recommended, it's all set forth in forms and documents that say this person has this, and for that reason, they're a danger to self, or they're a danger to others, or other things. And so we can work as a party to try to help with them, both in talking with our clients and working with the system, but we don't have a lot of control over that either. The judge makes that ultimate finding in the ruling we're going to have to do. But I know there's studies, and we've all seen them, that there's this huge percentage of people in prisons and jails and the criminal justice system that have mental health issues. And our attorneys work with them every day. Matt and Alvin work with them. And I have a couple of paralegals that are kind of paralegals and kind of social workers that are always trying to help people get into services, or see if we can give them a ride, or can we find an agency that'll give them a ride, and things like that. And I think that the county attorney's office has really been helpful too, in that we can agree sometimes that maybe there's another resolution to a case that would help everyone, right? The client would get services. If there's a victim, the victim would get justice that they thought they needed. And hopefully the community, right? And our community is Coconino County. We know it's not just Flagstaff or Williams or Tuba or Page or Fredonia. The community gets those services because that person comes back functional, happy, well, maybe not always happy, but healthy, whole, able to be a productive, member of society. So we do what we can. Flagstaff is a lot better than it used to be. When I first started working here, I got in a fight with the CEO of the guidance center, and I actually got told to politely not come back again because I was angry because there was no residential treatment for children in Coconino County. But we've come a long way. There are a lot of service providers, but we could use a lot more. And we all know that there's not enough. But if there's a way we can work as a team, back to your original question, if there's a way that we can work as a team, as a justice system, we're willing to do it within the constraints of the legalities of it all.
I can, Chair.
Supervisor Horstman.
And quite frankly, I think that's where CJCC has been such a great benefit for us here in Coconino County. And, it's an opportunity for all aspects of the criminal justice system to get together and to talk about what's going on, what's working, what's not, to take a look at the data. How can we change? What can we do better? How can we share resources? So, I think one of the reasons that we're hearing about, the prosecution speaking up for defense in terms of, help defense, they need more attorneys, and you have defense speaking up for the prosecution, is because of that CJCC. We're all in this together. It is a criminal justice system is not one-sided. A criminal justice system is complete and in-depth and detail and has breadth. And I think CJCC really brings that together for our community. And I think it's something, quite frankly, our community doesn't realize what is happening here in Coconino County and what we are doing for justice all across Coconino County. And for that, I really appreciate your advocacy. I appreciate the advocacy of the prosecutor's office and certainly the court system. Really appreciate everything you do. I know you're doing double duty. You've been doing double duty for a really long time, and we really appreciate your efforts.
Thank you. Are there any other comments by board members? All right. Well, again, just really appreciate everybody on the team that has made this effort to work together to show systems thinking and find a solution. Thank you. Okay, are we going to continue the conversation on Division 7, or are we ready to move on to another item? Supervisor Horstman.
I do look forward, and I know that Siri will do so, to get the update on that 1 million investment options. I think that's going to be important for us to take a look at. And obviously, if there are any other, I guess there's what was there 7,000 you saved us? If we could somehow put that in there and have it reflective as well, that'd be helpful. So thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
Mr. Chair, Siri, if there's any way that we can have that breakdown for the $1 million this afternoon, it would at least help us to visualize what we're looking at, if that's possible.
Sorry.
Okay.
We'll do our best.
Well,
He changed. Siri, you changed your hair.
So
Yes.
we're moving on to the next area.
It sounds like we still need some updated information and we can continue this conversation in the afternoon. So yes, I think we move on to our next item.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you very much. We're happy to have our partners, our cultural and music, art, dancing partners, Creative Flagstaff join us. If you recall in your books, you have a memo from former Executive Director Jonathan Stone asking for $50,000 support over their regular support, which I believe is $16,000 per year. That has been recurring for a very long time. They are asking for an additional 50,000, and we have Interim Executive Director Julie Komnick here to give you a very short presentation to support that ask.
Great. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I believe there's a slide deck. Good morning. Thank you for inviting us for this presentation. My name is Julie Komnick. I'm the Interim Executive Director of Creative Flagstaff and Programs Director for Coconino Center for the Arts. I'm joined today by Creative Flagstaff Board President Jamie Sapis and virtual participation by members of the board and staff. I'd like to start by offering our gratitude for the ongoing support of Coconino County for the in-kind contribution of the county building to house Coconino Center for the Arts. With CCA now in its 40th year as an independent nonprofit, we've been working on compiling our archives to share the story of the organization, and it's remarkable to see how far we've come in that space over the years. We maintain a close and collaborative relationship with the county by reciprocating shared use of the theater for regular county engagement, and we're closely aligned with the facilities management team for periodic facility upgrades. We're absolutely thrilled that the county is currently overseeing the exterior painting of CCA, and we invite you to stop by and say hello and see the improvements in person. I'd like to share with you the ways that Creative Flagstaff, through the operation of Coconino Center for the Arts, supports Coconino County residents. At the intersection of art, science, and culture, this year, CCA plans to produce 5 unique exhibitions in the main gallery and an additional 7 unique exhibitions in the project gallery and potential satellite venues. We track visitation with our audience representing residents countywide who routinely and come again and regularly participate in our exhibitions and programming offerings. There are several ways that we reach out specifically to county residents and artists through workshop opportunities for artist and nonprofit professional development, invitations for community forums on topical issues, and regional exhibitions and art markets specifically open to participation by Coconino County artists. CCA supports and promotes art, science, and education resources. The Youth Arts Exhibition held every March is open to young artists across Coconino County. We've begun targeted invitations to schools and art teachers from Williams to Page, and we want to assist with the transportation of artwork if distance is an obstacle. We've also begun fundraising to support free field trips and assist with fees for school busing to bring K-12 students to CCA for exhibitions year-round. Youth performance is an integral part of our programming, with free use of the theater by school groups and youth music organizations. We look forward to expanding our partnerships with schools countywide. CCA supports growth of the Southwest culture in the performing arts. CCA will serve as the booking agent for many concerts and performances and significantly increase its offerings to the community with 50 unique performances planned for next year. The new Emerging Artists Series will present paid opportunities to performers in Coconino County. Other ways that we have increased our visibility of our role with the county is through a recent branding update with a visual logo that emphasizes the words Coconino and art, and updated our website URL to become coconinoarts.org. By contrast, our former URL was CCA Flagstaff. These may seem like minor adjustments, but in terms of identity, they are often the first impression a new visitor has of CCA. We're proud of our role within Coconino County, and we want to share that. To help us continue and expand upon our offerings to the residents of Coconino County, our request is for $50,000 of programming support above baseline for Coconino Center for the Arts for fiscal year 2025. This is in the context of significant reductions of state funding this year, with up to a 90% reduction anticipated. We're aware of the situation with expenditure limits, and we'd welcome a conversation about how increased support is formalized, especially in light of the proposed limit increase. Building on this funding and the upcoming offerings for this year, we have a vision for the future that expands CCA's offerings countywide. With a local pilot program this year, we could consider satellite gallery venues in other county towns in collaboration with CCA, performance venues, workshop offerings, and the like. We want to best serve the creative interests of county residents, and we look forward to the continued conversation and support that will bring these ideas to fruition. And finally, we'd like to invite you to participate in Coconino Center for the Arts 40th anniversary. You'll be seeing recognition for CCA for the full year, culminating in a weekend celebration in September, which includes a curated culinary experience, fundraiser dinner in the gallery on Friday, an evening of performance in the theater on Saturday, and a local music festival across the grounds on Sunday. It will be an event not to be missed. And operating within a county facility with a legacy of collaboration and engagement, we'd be honored for Coconino County to consider underwriting the 40th anniversary. Recognition for the entire year reflects the commitment of the county to make art, science, and culture available to all of our residents. We appreciate your ongoing involvement, and I'd be happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate learning all the great work that Creative Flagstaff is doing. Do we have any questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, thank you. It's great to see you, and I appreciate you taking on the role, and good to see you, Jamie, as well. So, and of course, Creative Flagstaff and Center for the Arts have been a very important part of our community here now for going on 40 years. I sat on one of the very first boards for Coconino Center for the Arts and was there with Karen English during the time of trying to get the federal funding to start it up with. You know, certainly we are really hitting on some very difficult times right now. As you know, our ARPA funding, which was great while it lasted, we were able to do so many wonderful things and so many wonderful programs. And now that's coming home to roost. And so we are trying to decide, you know, how can we fully fund a Division 7 for our court system? But I also take a look at this as, you know, we have to pay for the bread, but we have to pay for the roses too. And, you know, I also take a look at Center for the Arts and Creative Flagstaff as a part of the economic development, not only professional development, and very much investing in a community that is very arts oriented. And so I know that this is going to be a very difficult time for us, but I also see the importance of being able to extend and really help all parts of Coconino County, and certainly the arts and creative parts of Coconino County. They tend to get short shifted. There's not grant money out there. There is very little funding opportunities. I know we have looked, and I know you have looked to the city of Flagstaff and our BBB funding. Hopefully that will continue. You know, one of the things that we, the board, also may want to take a look at is we, the board, have what's called community initiative funding. And, you know, I really would appreciate, you know, just, I know I have, and I know my board members have given money for various projects. And as we go forward, that is something I want to continue to contribute with as well for Creative Flagstaff. So it's going to be hard that we're going to really having to put pencil to paper. I like the idea of possibly doing, if we can't come up with a full 50,000 programming, looking at some kind of underwriting opportunity. As I said, I do see this also, besides for the part of the roses, part of the bread and roses. I also see this as important outreach for parts of our communities that, quite frankly, this is one of the main areas that we do provide and help and provide services and professional development for them. So, it's going to be hard, and hopefully you'll continue carry our message to the community about our expenditure limit. We are facing that, and we are going out to the voters. Right now, we're in an education process to the voters about the need for us to be able to spend the money we have in our bank account and not being limited by an antiquated equation from the 1980s that does not take into account modern government and modern local government. And certainly, I think being able to provide programming and spending for the arts and our creative community is part of that. So thank you, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from board members at this time? Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, I was wondering, and this is open to everyone, Native Americans and their youth, everybody's included. How many have you serviced, have been involved in this, within the past 2 years?
Within Coconino Center for the Arts.
Mhm.
So since my time on staff, which has been going on 3 years, we've taken increased measures for diversity of our presenters and audiences. We have developed a subcommittee of the CCA Advisory Board that focuses on issues of diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice. And by doing that, we have a subcommittee that rotates through all the other areas to ensure that we keep diversity a priority. But over that time, we've significantly increased. I believe we're at 60% diversity of presenters. The audience, we have not tracked as closely, and we still have certainly distance to go in ensuring that the audience we deliver to is equally supported. But we engage particularly with Indigenous communities regularly in our exhibitions. Next spring, we have an exhibition that's exclusively Indigenous. It's contemporary perspectives of Indigenous artists, and we'll have related programming to that. We also have our ongoing arts, science, and cultural collaboration signature exhibitions. And our next one, which is a couple years out, is focuses on race and forestry in Northern Arizona. So intentionally bringing diverse perspectives to our exhibitions and programming.
All right, Supervisor Fowler.
What does countywide mean?
Excellent question. So we recognize as the hub of creative activity, we are in Flagstaff, a little bit off the beaten path, and that we need to do some work to reach countywide. So we consider countywide to be rural areas, other cities in the county, across all ages. We've identified youth as one of the ways that's most direct for us to engage with schools. So we have a list of the county schools, and our gallery administrator reaches out to those with invitations. And we're still in the process of building relationships and building trust. We don't see the numbers coming to CCA as much as we, in terms of the youth participation in those offerings as we'd like. So we have room to grow in that. But we feel like by us actually getting out of our facility, bringing some of our programming to whether it's Williams or Page or other more rural areas, that we can expand the offerings, but also create interest in sharing how we can actually assist in bringing folks to CCA to see our major exhibitions and performances.
How do you plan to accomplish that?
Well,
Because it's someday.
Yeah. So,
You know, because we represent the county
yes.
and we represent all the residents in the county. And this is so it's just, okay.
Yes. No, thank you for the question. I understand what you're saying and appreciate the question. So, this is part of the funding request. We are, with the possibility of increasing staffing or venue availability, we're able to do more. So with our current staffing, with our home base at CCA in Flagstaff, we're doing as much as we can through outreach and invitation, personal connections, working with the Board of Supervisors to try and increase those connections. With increased funding, we could realize some of the future visions of the more site-specific, whether it's satellite venues or taking workshops to places. So as funding allows, I think the entire staff is very enthusiastic of reaching a more diverse and broader audience countywide.
Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, with that, I just wanted, maybe ask Andy, if we could have, some information to the board as a report, from them as to the numbers and how many they service. That diversity of is something that we probably, and I'm pretty sure others, board members feel the same. That would be.
Yeah, absolutely. We have that information available, so we should get that to you shortly.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and I know you had and I could only peer by part of it, but I know our county manager was there. I think Sue was there as well. The programming that you did with the city and the county, where you really went into great depth. And I know that not everybody from the board was able to be there, needless to say, but I think that information would be very helpful. And I also think it's important just to note that, Coconino Center for the Art was built and funded at the county seat because in recognition that it draws from all over Coconino County. Certainly the fact that it's within the Flagstaff limits means that there's more availability to those who live in Flagstaff, but it certainly is something that is countywide, has been countywide, and is available and open to all across Coconino County for music, for the gallery, for the various events and shows that are there. And I appreciate and applaud the attempts that have been made, especially I would say in the last 5 years, to really work with the other municipalities and other jurisdictions to really partner on bringing people in. Obviously when you got to travel, obviously it's good to have an incentive and good to have a reach out. So, and I have seen that. I've certainly witnessed that in all the years that I've been involved with CCA. And I think it is important, as my colleagues have indicated, to be cognizant on and to do what you can to really get outreach all across Coconino County. I think that's what ArtX was supposed to be about, so that it was not just centered in a building. And I think even though this broke my heart, it wasn't just centered in a building. It was really art was going to be where it was, and where the locale was. And I think that's what ArtX is and what was about and continues to be about. So, and I think it'd be great for some of the materials that were handed out at that a meeting, maybe to share across the board. So thank you.
Absolutely. And with that, I'll extend the invitation for you all to participate in the ArtX events happening starting this weekend through May 26th. And we can also get you numbers of how many of the participating artists are Coconino County residents too.
One more question.
Vice Chair Begay.
Yeah. The application process for the outreach, how do you go about that? Who's going to be participating, or is this an application you have, or?
No, it's not an application. It's, internally we've identified that we have a need and an obligation to reach out. So in terms of the youth, like schools participating, yeah. So sure. So we have different ways of engaging. So when we talk about the youth exhibitions and performances, we're reaching out and inviting artists and teachers and students to participate. On the flip side, for exhibitions, we have an open call for exhibition submissions that we have a exhibition selection committee that reviews those on a rolling basis. But we also, in addition, have regular juried projects, juried exhibitions, or for art markets. Then we have an application out. It's through our submittable platform where, like for the Winter Artisan Market, for example, that's limited to artists from Coconino and Navajo counties, and then they apply to participate through that process. So there's a range from having, exhibition submissions to calls for artists to us reaching out and connecting directly with teachers and youth. Does that answer your question, or did I?
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Supervisor Fowler?
I support the center. We've been working with the center and we remodeled the center. We've done so much work on that building. And we've always wanted it to be, have it get to a position where it could be, countywide. And I know that's a great challenge, and just the commitment to that, and just thinking about the arts and really the creativity that our county has. It would be great if we could somehow, be able to reach all of those creativity out in the world, but in our county. However, with just the challenge that we're facing here, we're just we'll be sure to somehow keep on supporting. And I know that I served on the board at one time, and I know Sue was on the board. I'm not sure who's from the county is on the board now, but maybe diversifying your board out to reach the outskirts. That might be a consideration on your part as well. But I know that our board has always supported, and it is Coconino County Arts and Creative, and it has really emerged nicely. It's really developed through the years, and it's gotten stronger with your board's commitment and just your own board creativity, just I think it's really great. But things take time, and we just have to keep working on it. So I just really appreciate your commitment, and please tell your board we appreciate their work, and just continue the course, and we'll see what we can do from this end. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments? In that case, thank you very much for the presentation. We appreciate it, and we'll keep it in our consideration as we discuss our investments. Thank you. Yes, thank you. All right, I know we're a little bit ahead of schedule.
Actually gone through this morning's topics. And we're scheduled for lunch at 11:45, but certainly can jump ahead if you'd like to start lunch now.
And I know library is going to be switched till tomorrow.
Mhm.
So is there, we're just adding on for an even longer day tomorrow. Is that,
Probably, yeah. But we'll-
is there anybody that's available for the next 45 minutes? I mean, we've got such a long day here. It'd be nice to not, it would be nice to utilize every moment of that day.
So Supervisor Horstman, members of the board. So this afternoon after the break, we have United Way, Liz Archuleta, the CEO, will be attending Secure Rural Schools with a revised recommendation. I don't know if Cheryl is on, but that could potentially be something that we could discuss. We'll need to look. Jail district, the sheriff will need to come for that conversation. The treasurer is coming this afternoon as well, and then wrap up. Tomorrow, library district will adjust that schedule a bit. We'll have library district at 9 o'clock. followed by HERF Public Works at 10 o'clock, followed by 11 o'clock with the Flood Control District, pending Lucinda's status. And then we'll do a recess. We'll probably need to bump that back to noon. There is a stand down event tomorrow from 9 to 2. So that should give you some time to get to that at the Armory if you would like to attend. And then we'll begin our wrap up at 2 tomorrow. So I don't know if Cheryl is on right now. Secure rural schools would be the one thing that we could discuss right now. We do have a handout, Steve. And what we were able to do was adjust per the board's discussion at our last meeting was adjust it to where it would be 10%, I believe, roads. And Cheryl Mango Pageant has a plan in place. I think it's an additional, don't quote me, 162,000 for schools. And she wanted to discuss how she would utilize those funds if that were to happen. It is, and I can, yeah, and I believe he will be here as needed. We'll talk about HERF tomorrow, and so that would be a decrease in the roads. It's probably someone with some experience in the roads department. Not something we would want to do continually long term, but it's something we could absorb in the short term if that's what we wanted to do for schools.
All right, so in that case, are we gonna discuss rural schools at this time? Or what do we have that we can,
Well, we could sing Kumbaya with one another if that's. Oh. We have to adapt and adjust. We do have some people that aren't feeling the best today, so we're working through that as well. So,
all right, in that case, taking in light of staffing recommendation or staff's recommendation, and the fact that we're a little bit ahead of time, we'll go ahead and take a break now for lunch and we'll come back at 1:15. Thank you, everyone.
thank you.
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us after lunch. We'll get started shortly. Are we ready? Okay. So our next item is with Elevate Pre-K, one of our community organizations. And so with that, I'll hand it over to the county manager's office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are honored to have with us today some champions of early childhood education, Elevate Pre-K. I'll call Liz Archuleta, CEO and President of United Way Northern Arizona, and others with her. So,
Thank you. Welcome.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, County Manager Prue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Really appreciate being here. It's wonderful to be back and be with you this afternoon. I know we have, I think maybe like 15 to 20 minutes around there to spend together. So we will make sure that we stick to that time. I'm joined today by the chair of our board at United Way of Northern Arizona, Armando Reese. I'm also joined by Scott Pettit, who is the president of the Warden Family Foundation. And then I'm also joined by Beth. And Beth is with Ken Dallin. And you'll hear from Beth in just a little bit here. We're here today to present Elevate Pre-K. And Elevate Pre-K is probably something very familiar to you because you've been supportive of Elevate Pre-K in the past. Elevate Pre-K is a high-quality preschool that was started out of United Way of Northern Arizona's launch. And in fact, Supervisor Horseman, you were one of the founding members of Launch, and I served on that as well. And Launch was basically a collaborative of many leaders in the community that we're looking at what does it take to create a world-class education for our students in Flagstaff and in Coconino County. And one of the things that they came up with is that we really need to start very, very young. And all of you are very familiar with that. The younger we can start with high quality education, the better chance students will have to persist in their education and to be able to get high quality, high paying jobs and really have a high quality life. And so the collective impact partners, you can see that the county is listed there as well as all of these other partners that are part of Elevate Pre-K. So Elevate Pre-K continues today. We've now have 3 years of the establishment and implementation of Elevate Pre-K. And we are looking at a 4th year. The 4th year is actually very critical because it'll allow us to continue to collect the data that we've been collecting. And it will also allow us to have a community conversation about the potential and viability for universal pre-K for all kids in the Flagstaff Unified School District, in the city of Flagstaff, and in Coconino County. And so we're going to be having those conversations. We've already met with some of you. We've met with some members of the city council. You might be seeing us on your calendars and wondering maybe what's that about. It's about universal pre-K and about what the conversations we're going to begin to have in the community. And you'll hear more a little bit about that in just a minute. But I wanted to invite Beth up to talk about just what difference has Elevate Pre-K made, not only with the students, but with the families. And then Scott will come up and he's going to talk about just the, economic vitality imperative of having Elevate Pre-K. So I'm going to turn it over to Beth first.
And if you could remove the little box, we'd like to see on the screen, on the laptop, like to see who the other sponsors are. Thank you. Yes, great. Thank you.
Thank you for having us today. I really appreciate it. My name is Beth Giacalone. Not easy to pronounce or say. And I've been with Elevate for 2 years. I wasn't part of the original group, but I have been supporting and directing the program for a few years. And I am going to go to a different slide. Okay, so if you look at this slide, it's about number 5, and it's very small on the screen, but you have it in front of you. And this slide actually talks about all the benefits for children, either both short-term and long-term. It talks about benefits to families, both immediate and long-term, and benefits to the community. And so, and employment and the societal benefits. So what we know, and this is research that's been done over many years, and if you'd like some of the resources, I'm happy to share them. But what we know is that children who come into an early childhood classroom, they leave and they do well in school. They're more likely to stay in college. They're more likely to attend postgraduate work. They're more likely to be successful in their employment over time. They're more likely to earn higher salaries, and they're more likely to have less health. They're less likely to have health issues, which cost taxpayer money. So over their entire life, they have lots and lots of benefits for the children. Okay. So then the families, what happens with families? Well, families immediately, if they have free preschool services, as you all know, preschool and childcare is very expensive, somewhere between $8,000 and $10,000 a year. For families who are making minimum wage, this is really cost prohibitive. So immediately families see the financial benefits of going to a free program, right? Many of our families, which I'll show you in a minute, many of our families have gone back to school, have gotten better jobs, have been able to have a full-time job, have been able to finish a program. One of our families finished a business school. So these families benefit immediately, but they also go into the workforce, make more money, and are more productive citizens than they might be otherwise because they're financially in a better place and they feel that their children are in a safe place and they can work versus sometimes they have to choose not to because it's too cost prohibitive to go. So some of the quick benefits that are long-term for families, they are less likely to go to jail. For example, they reduce poverty levels. Children are born, children who, there's intergenerational effects of early childhood programs that are high quality, and high quality is the key. But once the children get to be parents, they are better parents able to support their children. And again, really have cumulative effects for the community over time. The financial benefits are great. So really quickly, I wanted to share some of the immediate data. And again, this is really small and I apologize. But I wanted to call your attention to the top, the little top graph. And the little top graph is basically financial and employment benefits that our families are seeing currently in the class. Some of the other graphs are from last year. The top one shows that financial benefits from being in Elevate Pre-K, the green is a lot and the purple is a little. So if you can look, the majority of people say that financial benefits have been great. The next group is that the employment benefits have been great, and that's even better if you look at the results there. So we know families are going back into the workforce. Parental distress from the beginning, which is the bottom brown, to the green, parental distress is much lower, which means healthier families. Financial needs met, much better. The pre is the brown, the post is the green. The healthy families, you can see that the benefits are great on that line. And the children's benefits are also great. And we've seen fantastic results with the children. Is the graph on the bottom right is emotional perspective taking. And we know that when children get into kindergarten, part of what kindergarten teachers have to do is bring them up to speed if they haven't been in early childhood education. And so kindergarten teachers are really happy when they have children who have been in a quality program because they start off with a heads up and a benefit. I wanted to also share a couple of the quotes. Of course, there is, let me move this, excuse me. I have a thing in my way. A couple of the quotes I wanted to share. If I don't have to try to afford high quality preschool or work a schedule allowing me to afford high quality preschool, I can work without having kids home. I no longer have to work a second job. I'm a better employee. Because I don't need to be thinking of all the time about how I have to work or how I have to worry about my children. This program helped me ensure I could graduate from college. I just graduated from business school. So, and there are many more like this. Of course, you don't fit all of them in here, but I wanted to share some of the amazing benefits that we've had over time. I'm going to turn it over to Scott now.
So Beth talked about the benefits for the families and the kids that are enrolled in the classroom. But Elevate Pre-K is a lot more than just an expansion of access to classroom. If we're going to shift the needle across our entire community, it has to be available to all of the families and all of the community that is impacted by those families, the employers, the community neighborhoods, and the economic vitality of our community is reliant upon the young families that are going to drive the economy of our community over the next couple of decades. But there's still a huge gap. How do I change this one? Okay. So a lot of the data on this page that I just pulled up is several years old. It's data that we compiled in 2018 as launch Flagstaff thought leaders were discussing the formulation of Elevate Pre-K. And all the numbers have gone up quite a bit, except for the qualifying income numbers for DES and Head Start down in the bottom right-hand corner. So in 2018, it cost almost $8,500 to send a child to preschool. And that is from 8:30 to 2:30 in the afternoon, so still not a full workday. And those numbers, of course, since the pandemic have gone up. Our minimum wage has gone up too. So a single parent in Flagstaff making minimum wage full-time has already been disqualified from being able to receive funds on a federal level. And we cannot wait for the federal numbers to catch up with where we are today. And what that does is it means that in 2018, there were 2.5 kids in Flagstaff for every one seat of preschools. And that's not just the high quality preschools, what Beth was talking about. That's for anything. It could be low quality, mediocre, but at least there was a place you could park your kids so you could go to work. What's happening is that if you've got more than one kid, or if you have to come up with that financial burden all by yourself, you don't. You step out of the workforce. You might be able to stay in the workforce at limited capacity, but for the most part, what families have been doing is stepping out of the workforce. And that doesn't just impact those families. What we're seeing is that this impacts our economy, our economic vitality, and the quality of life in our neighborhoods across the board, regardless of whether you have kids, regardless of whether you have 4 or 3-year-olds. It's impacting everybody. I've met several times with the board at the chamber and with other business leaders and executives, and unanimously that is their biggest challenge, is trying to retain and recruit high quality people to stay here and work. People love Flagstaff and they will come here for university or go to the community college, and when they graduate, they might spend a year or two paying high rents to try and make it work. But once they realize that it's time to really start a career, start a family, and build a sustainable future for themselves, those that have the skill sets that we want to retain here are the exact ones that can look all over the country and move away. And they don't just put a pause on Flagstaff. It's not like when you move to outside of Flagstaff region that you say, well, I'll come back when I can afford it. You change your whole trajectory and we lose that talented workforce. And so that's where this is different than any of the other preschool or elementary school expansion programs that have been implemented and tried in Flagstaff before. What needs to happen next is, if we're going to make this successful and be able to shift the needle community-wide, it has to be a comprehensive early childhood infrastructure that accommodates in a collaborative and diverse way to address all of those issues. And if we can address the early childhood care issues, like what Beth had alluded to, then we can also address the economic vitality. We can address the workforce development. We can address all of the financial and the housing issues that can begin to be resolved by having a safe, high quality, attractive place for your children to learn and for your employees' children to learn and where your neighbors' children can learn. Just last year after the pandemic, Read On Arizona did an impact study, and they found that the economic impact for our region over the last several years, from the beginning of the pandemic until now, that we have a negative economic impact between $30 and $45 million of lost revenue. And that's based off the fact that there's reduced hours, there's all this exit from the workforce, and all those future earnings. And that's a huge number. If we can retain that number, rebuild the vitality again with an infrastructure that allows these young families to go back to work, that's the goal of Elevate Pre-K. It's not just an expansion of classrooms. And I do want to make one point before I pass it back off to Liz, is that that economic impact number is just of the existing infrastructure, the existing businesses and families that live here now. What it doesn't take into account is what I consider the most exciting part, is that there's opportunity. If our community could create this attractive infrastructure that could not just retain, but also attract and recruit businesses that want to stay in Flagstaff and employ our citizens, then that number, it's unboundless. We have the opportunity to create an attractive infrastructure in Flagstaff that can bring those types of businesses that are going to drive the economic future that historically have passed over Flagstaff to go to San Antonio, Portland, Seattle, all of those places that do create an attractive place for these young families to grow and live. So the next step is a feasibility and sustainability study. The Wharton Foundation and the City of Flagstaff had jointly worked on creating a feasibility study that is going to do three things. It's going to define what the capacity is for our community to be able to scale up infrastructure like Elevate Pre-K. It's going to explore options on how to sustainably fund that. And thirdly, it's also going to roll out an educational campaign to get the pulse of our community on what we have the stomach for. What is it that we want to invest in our future, and how and what that might look like. So now I'll pass it off to Liz a little bit, and she'll talk about the timeline with that and what the next steps are for that.
Great. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. And I did want to go over an important number too, which is 33% of the children in Coconino County do not have a child care seat available. Again, just because of lack of that infrastructure for child care centers. So as Scott mentioned, where we're at is we've had the 3 years of Elevate Pre-K, and then we have some funding from the City of Flagstaff and the Wharton Foundation to put together a study that on the viability of universal pre-K for kids that go to the Flagstaff Unified School Districts. This would include kids that are in part of the school district that are in the unincorporated areas of the county, with the eye of looking at the future of having universal pre-K in schools throughout the county. So that feasibility study is in progress right now. We hired a consultant from the Institute for Child Success. That feasibility study will be ready by the end of the summer. Probably the end of June is the date that we're looking at right now. We will then come back and share the results of that feasibility study with you, either individually or ask for a time to present. We'll share that as well with the City of Flagstaff, with other community leaders, representatives of business, industry, educational leaders, and then broaden that conversation, have some community convenings around that. And really discuss, is this something that our community would like to have, our communities? Is this something they would like to have? Would they like to provide 4-year-olds with early childhood education, so they can be more prepared to enter kindergarten. And so we'll be able to share that information with you. So it is critical that we continue to have Elevate Pre-K for this next year, the 4 years. We have an Elevate Pre-K here in Flagstaff as well as in Page. So I want to tell you how we are looking at the funding and putting it together. Handallen has been running Elevate Pre-K for the last couple of years. And United Way is going to come in and step in and assist with that as Handallen moves out and focuses on some other initiatives. We will continue with that. And for the 4th year, this is how we're putting the funding together. United Way with some ARPA funding has committed $80,000. The Warden Foundation, which you met Scott here, his family foundation. This Saturday, I'll be presenting to the Warden Foundation, and we're very confident that they will be funding $65,000. We're requesting $35,000 from you. We're requesting $40,000 from the city of Flagstaff. That is under consideration right now. And we are submitting a grant by the end of this week to the Arizona Community Foundation for $61,000. And then United Way will come through with community investment money. We are expecting $35,000. So that is how we are piecing it all together. And we are here to respectfully ask for $35,000. You've been funding, you have funded Elevate Pre-K in the past, and you also funded in Page the establishment with the ARPA funding, Elevate Pre-K. And so we're really excited about having this for another year so that we can continue to find mechanisms to potentially fund universal pre-K for kids in all of our communities. So with that, I'll turn it over back to you, Mr. Chair, and we'd be happy to answer any questions or provide additional information.
Great, thank you. For me, the last slide was my question is who else is contributing to the funding? So it's good to see that it's multiple community partners looking to invest in it. Do we have any questions or comments from board members at this time? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, hi, thank you. And thank you for the great presentation. And yes, this is something that I have been involved with for a really long time, actually since the inception of launch. And it's, you know, what is not seen is the time it took and the shareholders from our community to get together to really get launch moving forward. And now with the Elevate Pre-K 3 years ago, when the Flagstaff Unified School District allowed space within the school district to start these pre-K programs. I mean, it was such a huge success. Was it 3-4 years ago now, I think is when that was all 4 years ago when that was done. So it's great to see where you are in the process. I think it's obviously very, very important that we get that feasibility study done. And, you know, I know from the work that was done early on that what we're really talking about here is really an equity issue. And, you know, we talked this morning on with some of our other programs and the importance of being able to reach out to all parts and all aspects of Coconino County and, quite frankly, all of our residents. And, you know, this is probably one of the most touchstone areas where we can have an impact on families and on bringing people out of poverty and on creating more equity within our community. So, you know, you know, world-class education system obviously requires early childhood development. And I know what Supervisor Fowler is going to say, why isn't the state involved? And the state should be involved because any kind of legitimate educational system really requires early childhood development. And I applaud our community and so many different people from across our community for reaching out to try to get this to happen here in Flagstaff and Page. Flagstaff Unified School District, in hopes that we can make that the absolute basis, the absolute standard for all of Coconino County. And I would certainly love to see that. You know, obviously the metrics you're showing are very clear. You know, it is a huge measure of future success, not just in school, not just in college, and the ability for careers and for well-paying jobs and careers, but also for the economic development of a community. And I think the comments you are making are certainly, you know, well taken. I think the statistics really speak for themselves, you know, not just here in Coconino County, but all across the country. You know, we are, as you know, in a period of time of, you know, really making some very, very difficult decisions. And we as a board are grappling also with our expenditure limit situation. But certainly this is one of those areas that for every dollar, we're going to get $100 back. I mean, you can't really say, it's probably more than that, because the investment is as they say in the MasterCard commercial, the investment is really truly priceless. So thank you. I know this is going to be hard for us to put our pen to paper and figure out how we're going to get this done. Certainly this is an important program. I applaud United Way for, you know, really taking the leadership on this, and for Scott and the Wharton Foundation, who have been partners from the very beginning. So thank you, and thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Other supervisors? Supervisor Fowler.
Hey, Liz,
Hi.
you're not sitting up here.
I know. Shoot.
So thank you. And I remember the celebration of the launch of this program.
Yes.
And it was such an exciting time. So, and you know, the sad thing is you're preaching to the choir here. It's sad just because, you know, we're all in a financial situation, but you do have all the support. You know, children is just absolutely just so much needs to be done. And yes, I believe the state should really take care of our in education and all facets of education. But sadly, our state doesn't feel that way, doesn't believe in that. And so now what we have to do is we have to, you know, really, I guess it makes us stronger too, because it performs more partnerships, and the partnerships bring opportunities for bright minds to come together and be more creative. In that sense, I think that our county and our northern Arizona just really is able to thrive because of that. And then we've had all these graduations happen, and you're on the Board of Regents now.
I'm very
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We're so proud of you. And you know, one of the things that I work with the Board of Regents on is the higher education. All these graduates have graduated from high school, and they really track the number of students that actually make it to a BA degree, and then 4-year degree, and then 6 years degree. It's pretty sad, the statistics that comes out of there. And I just relate it back to here. You know, the children have to be completely prepared. You know, we were talking about, you and I worked on the Page, you know, partnership way back with the Page Higher Education System, NAU, Coconino Community College, the Neck College, and Navajo Tech University. And at the time, we wanted to see, how do you start from birth and how do you funnel that? Because once they get to university, they spend 2 years trying to take remedial classes. By the time they've got it, they're out of scholarship, and then they don't move on. And it's just, and how do we, this is this is just the beginning, but this beginning, if it's strong over here, they really succeed. And that linkage, we've been talking about that for a long time. We're still working on it. And it's just something I think that is just so important, the strong family bond and family support, and being able to have that the education once they get into the school system, to have the right people there and the right education to be able to thrive in the world of and even if they don't go to college, make sure there's a vocational education and the workforce development is there to be able to work. And there's just so many, but if we don't form that partnership, a lot of times we lose our students through the cracks. So I just want to thank you for all that you do and all your board members and just all the partnerships. And even though the state is not doing what it's supposed to do, I think it's actually makes us a lot stronger because we can't do it alone. We have to look to others and say that this is how we're going to do it. And by golly, we're going to find a way. And that's really what this whole program is how it came together. So I just want to thank you, Liz, for always championing this, the children and family ever since I met you. So thank you.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Chairman. So Supervisor Feller, you know, you're no stranger to education, right? You've always been committed to education. And I think also the part that you really get is the connection to the workforce, right? And just how we need to not only have students persist in their education, but if we're going to have a strong workforce, we need to make sure that our employees feel like they can leave their children somewhere where they're actually learning, where they have confidence in the care that they're being provided, so that they can come and be at their best at work at 100%, right? And you know, since I was on the Board of Supervisors, and that what we heard from employees and from community is that one of the number one things that weigh on people's mind is who's going to care for their children while they're at work. And I don't know if you remember, but a long time ago, we had done a survey, right, of employers in Coconino County to employ their employees, to survey their employees on what were the top issues. And childcare always rose to the top. So, you know, we do want to talk about this in terms of the education that kids are getting, but we really want to focus more on the workforce, that infrastructure for workforce. Because we're all, you know, competing for employees. We all want to attract employees to our places of work. But we know we can't do that unless parents have some place that they can feel confident that their children are being cared for and that they're receiving that high quality early childhood education. So there's an opportunity for us, right, to bring that now to the community, to really have that discussion that we've all been wanting to have, and that we have, you know, each of us are having discussions, but what we want to do now is just convene the larger conversation and say, okay, are we ready, community, to invest in universal pre-K so that we can make sure that we have a vibrant economy and a vibrant workforce? And so I just appreciate it because you've been very engaged in workforce and you were on the WAOA board and all of that. And so you get it, the connection between those two.
Yeah, thanks, Liz. And you would think, because this is so linked to workforce, and we've always taken that approach, that you'd be able to, that workforce funding might be able to help out in that way. I don't know how it works, but you would think that's the way. Yes, workforce is, it's essential that people find their families are safe while they go off to work. And it's just the nature of being a parent.
Yeah. And that's what we're going to do with this feasibility study is we're not going to leave any stone
great.
unturned. We're going to have them identify what funding is out there to be able to make this a reality.
That's great. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Vice Chair Begay?
Thank you, Liz, your staff for being here, doing the presentation. Yes, early intervention, in our students, is very critical, whatever way, from the home, the environment, all the way up to how you raised your kids. Okay. And the other thing is that, um, there's a lot that has to do with, their upbringing in their homes. And yes, a lot of parents, they resort to, childcare and stuff like that. But, it's just like a language, you don't expect to teach a 25-year-old daughter or son how to speak Navajo. It's going to be the hardest thing they're going to ever, but when they're young, they know they can pick it up so fast that, they get fluent by age 3, 4, 5, that I've seen that. And that's how my environment was at home. And then, parents have a lot to do with it. So I just want to say that, I'm glad that this organization you know, um, is coming through, for a lot of reasons. Having the kids, being brought up to learn how to be a better employee and to be successful in their life, as far as to be working. And so I just want to say it prevents all these poverty, other things that come along with it, that they can get themselves into. So it's a good program, and I think early intervention is really good. And then I had a chance. I was one of the adjunct faculty at one of the junior colleges in business, and I asked these questions, how, because these were Native American students that I taught. And so I asked each one of them that I had, and they said, I went to preschool.
Wow.
And so that's where it all came from, and now they're way up here, they know they're being taught. In one of the schools we were at, they taught them, their language, their culture, their traditional values, all of that tied in with their Western type of, so they picked up things really fast. So, so I just want to say this is a good program, and, I support it. And my intervention with my kids was my father and my mom, the grandparents. I mean, they do anything for their grandparents. And now I know why. My dad always said, you think you're a good parent, you think, this and that, but you wait till the grandparents, when you become a grandparent, that's when you know what love is. You don't know what love is right now. So those type of things. So that's good. So I just want to say thank you for all their efforts. Good program. There's a lot of economic opportunities in it. And I think, economic efficiency and being successful in that realm too. So there's a lot that plays a big role in this whole thing. And early intervention is the key. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and just like to say, I really appreciate how Elevate Pre-K is looking at the economic benefit and impact of childcare to our community, because I think a lot of times when we're talking about education, we don't take that into consideration. So I really applaud your team for taking that approach and highlighting the need in our community and why it's so important to invest this funding into these kind of programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Begay.
I could add, Mr. Chair, real quickly. Certainly the discussion on childcare is important for our own organization, our employees. When we did the engagement survey 2 years ago, one of the larger needs that came back to us was in the area of childcare. It's important. One of the first committees I was on here at the county on childcare needs and strategies was when Helen Hutchins was the county recorder. And we were looking at creating a childcare center here at the county. Fast forward to just within the last 6 months, a very similar conversation that we've had with HHS. And looking at that and creating that again, how can we partner with other organizations so that we can, collectively address this is going to be important, but it is a very, very important need for our employees as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Scott just wants to say thanks.
If you may, Mr. Chair,
Please.
I got a comment for Supervisor Fowler, and it's in answer to the question that you did not ask earlier today, which Supervisor Horstman did. Time and time again, I've lived in Flagstaff for over 20 years now. and the community conversation has always been around, why can't we engage the state in our educational conversations? And what is it that we need to do in order to move it beyond where we are right now in numerous different previous initiatives that we've tried? I think what we need to do is, well, I think the way it's going to work is that if we're going to get the state to allocate funding to early childhood education, we're going to need the legislatures to be on board. And for that to happen, we need to have a champion legislature. And that person isn't going to stick their neck out until the respective municipalities in our state can demonstrate those financial successes. We've always segregated this conversation between education conversation, which doesn't have a seat at the budget table. So if we can relearn how to tell this story without using education speak and use that economic impact and economic vitality speak, then I think we can do that. And we can't tell that story unless we have been able to demonstrate success in our own community that does have a positive ROI. The good news is that's happening over the whole state. It's not just Flagstaff that's doing this work. Pima County down in southern Arizona and Tucson, Yuma, Phoenix, Tempe, there's a whole bunch of different communities that are getting together frequently to discuss about how they're doing this work. The other cool thing is that it's aligned with a lot of the work that's happening on the federal level. The momentum for early childhood education on the federal level is gaining speed. And if we can have this foundation in place and demonstrate to not just our state, but federally what the benefits are, we would probably have a step ahead from all those other communities across the country that would have to start from scratch as soon as the federal government were to allocate those types of dollars. But I think that that's the step. It seems a little enigmatic, but if we can concretely come up with those milestones, then we'll be able to get beyond the timeline that we're at here, like we have stalled out so many times with initiatives like this in the past.
All right, well, thank you for your time. Really appreciate your consideration of our request and look forward to hearing back from you when you've made your decision. Thanks so much.
Thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it. Deputy County Manager Bertelson.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. So with that, next on our agenda, and thank you, Liz, for being here.
Thank you all.
We will discuss next on our agenda, secure rural schools. There is a revised recommendation, and I believe Sue is passing out a plan from the Superintendent of Schools office for the expenditure of the additional 167,000. Do I have that? And Cheryl Mango Pageant is online. Thank you, Sue. So Supervisor Horstman, what we had handed you earlier is the financial breakdown. So in essence, the revised recommendation is we took the total amount and 10% of that total would go to roads, with 90% of the total would go to Superintendent of Schools. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I'm reading from the back roads of my memory, and you have found the document. Thank you. So 90% of the total, that would represent an additional 167,000 for the Superintendent of Schools office. And Cheryl is here today to talk about her plan for how she would expend those funds.
We talked about that last time.
We
That's
did.
what I have in there is
Yeah.
that if that was the case, that'd be 167,400 increase allocation.
That's correct. Yeah, thank you. Noting it is a reduction in the roads budget. We had discussed that earlier, and it's probably a decision that we as staff would recommend we revisit every year, and just to see where we are with all of our funds and how the distribution formula would impact each of those funds. So for this year, the recommendation is that 90-10.
And Christopher Fressler, as I recall from last time, was in agreements with this for this year.
He is, and Christopher and I, and as you know, we had the discussion about the history of the forest fee funds and how those have been utilized. And so this year we can absorb that 167,000 reduction from the roads fund, and we would recommend we just evaluate that every year. I do not want to wrestle with Christopher. That would be danger for me. And, but we do need to go on a trip out sometime and do an evaluations of the roads. That's always a good summertime activity to get out into Coconino County. So Cheryl, are you with us?
Yes, I am. How are you?
We're great. It's great to see you. Would you like to do a bit of a presentation for our board?
Certainly. Chair Vasquez and members of the board. First of all, I want to thank whoever all the creative people were on trying to find some funds to support the superintendent of schools office and the work that we do for our school. When I received the phone call from Siri about possibly looking at the 167 to add to our additional 85,000 allocation, I met with the team and looked at the data and the work we were doing, and we decided we needed to continue the literacy work. Was one portion of the funds that we're using it for early childhood through 5th grade, requiring teachers to have science of reading training and implement that within their classrooms. And we're taking it down to the preschool because, as we know, if our children aren't prepared to go to kindergarten, they're already behind. We have had tremendous success with that. And so one of the other reasons we chose to do this is that we have secured the subscription cost for all the materials. It's not course books anymore. It's online access to resources. And we will not have to purchase that with the funds. We will just be providing the professional development, the coaching, and the family engagement piece as well, is bringing our families on board, because what we talked about last time is that is such a critical piece, is how do we get our families back? Because that is the one factor we do know that is really impacting our students' education, as absenteeism, as well as long-term opportunities for graduation. So that is kind of the essence of the 167,000. So then was able to look at the 85,000 to continue. We have ARPA funding through December for our mental health, as well as ESSER funding. And I was able to find funds within my own organization to continue that work, but utilizing a portion of that 85,000 as well to continue our mental health and wellness conference that has over 275, I believe, attendees so far, with national speakers that will be attending this year. It'll be a scaled down version, but it allows us to keep the whole program whole as we continue to apply for future funding. And the good news is that something happened over there in Washington, D.C., because grants are now becoming available. And we are applying for pipeline grants partnered with NAU as well to write a grant to increase the number of people going through the mental health positions. And then my office is working on placing them and supervising them as interns to get more mental health clinicians. So it's kind of like this building of what we're doing versus starting anything completely brand new. Is taking this to the next level, because we know if we're not literate, the rest of school and really the rest of life, becomes a much huger challenge. And bringing our families back, because we need our families in our schools. They are the critical, most important factor to the success of our students and continuing our mental health work. Would you like me to go into more detail on the proposal? Or do you have any questions for me at this point?
Do we have any questions from board members at this time? Supervisor Horseman?
And Cheryl, thank you. And thanks for everybody going back to the drawing board, if you will, to try to do what we can for our kids. So with the additional funding, the 167,400, and I'm going back, I apologize, and there's time in between, and my memory is not as great as remembering what we did 2 weeks ago. So, but it looks like you're going to be able to pick up the request that you made. You're going to be able to pick up the literacy program and some of the professional development and supplies. And I'm just trying to go through and just see with this, is most of your request going to be met with some of the juggling that you're doing? Is most of the requests that you're making to us going to be met then?
The literacy that we've been able to offer is going to be able to, for our county to continue, and there will not be a reduction in services.
Good.
We're going to be able to be more strategic. It was a part of our literacy and mental health grant, the family piece, but what we've learned through our work over the last 2.5 years is that the family engagement needs to be its own goal and very intentional. So we're going to be able to build off of that. So that's going to continue at 100% through June 30th.
Okay.
And then same with our mental health, including the conference that we host for all educators and clinicians in Coconino County.
Okay, no reduction. Okay.
No reduction in services between combobbled money, SRS, and current grants that we have.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. Thank you. And it's really good that I'm really happy Public Works is agreeing to share in putting some money into the education. So I want to thank Public Works for that. And Cheryl, your request for grants, you needed funds for grant match for grants. That's been met through all of this.
What we're able to do is that we, first of all, we have to get funded by the grant, okay?
Yeah.
Is we'll be able to utilize some of our bridge funds and our other money that we do have through fee for service instead of paying for the literacy and the mental health, is we'll be able to use them to do the match if we are funded. So we have one proposal that I've discussed with you guys that have the 25% match, which is the pipeline. And then we're looking at a proposal right now. And the good news is it's only a 10% match as to whether we'll do that to also continue the full work of the Building Resilient Youth in Schools grant for the next 5 years.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Consideration right now.
Thank you. And mental health, it's always our focus. And I'm going to be calling you on one of the projects we're working on. So thank you.
Yeah, and it was real interesting as I've been working on for a meeting I'm going on to where we would be a subrecipient. And also too, we've been positioned to be subrecipients, which is also good as well, is the data we came up with in regards to the mental health of Coconino County children and our suicide rates and what is happening with those, which is not positive, is I'd be happy to send you that whole data report that I submitted to the Department of Education to be considered for that. It's something that we cannot ignore, and we ignored it for years, and COVID brought it to the forefront. And now, just as literacy, if we don't have our mental health, and if our educators don't have our mental health, we're at a stop. We can't flourish.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments by board members at this time? Again, thank you for reworking your proposal and finding a way to make this happen. We look forward to seeing how we can accommodate this request. Yes,
Chair
Deputy
Vasquez.
Manager.
Thank you. Chair Vasquez, members of the board, and let us not take this funding for granted. The Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act, we continue to work to have those reauthorized, and we have a lot of work in front of us from a policy perspective, and we know that all of us will roll up our sleeves and work to ensure that that reauthorization occurs.
Vice Chair Begay.
For titles 2 and 3, is a deficit? Is that showing a deficit on title 2 and 3 on your chart? It has RAC funding, 8% and 7% for title 3. What's that?
I can answer that question, Vice Chair Begay. That's what's allocated towards Title II. The Resource Allocation Committee then receives that funds and distributes it in Title III. So that's what remains after those allocations are made. And then you'll notice that we take that balance of what remains, that 2.273 million, and that is then distributed for Title I. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, we used to, before Title II and the Resource Allocation Committee formation, we used to be able to allocate all of that towards Title III, and then some changes in that formula occurred. So this is what we are required to distribute.
All right, thank you. And then just question, clarification, so that we are changing the allocation for roads this year, but this isn't permanent. This is only for this year. Is that correct?
We recommend to staff that we evaluate that every year in our distribution. First things first, we really need to work to get this reauthorized, and we will be doing that. So
Great. Thank you for that clarification. Supervisor Fowler.
And I'm sure at WIR, they move to make sure that this is passed. I know it's one of the priorities in the RAC. We all serve on various national committees, and we're pushing it from those end as well. So, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, we will continue to be lobbying for the SRS funding and make sure that it gets continued. But for now, this looks like a good solution for the request that was given. So thank you.
Thank you, members of the board, county management, and roads. Can't forget them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, I really applaud everybody involved with the team, both at the different department levels, but also manager levels, because we are seeing more and more systems thinking and looking for ways to find solutions in this time when we have a tight budget. So I appreciate all of you making some sacrifices to make this work. Thank you.
So, Chair Vasquez, members of the board, Sue will be passing out the increment listing for the Tier 1 increments for the sheriff and the jail district. And I know Sheriff and his team are here, so we will invite Sheriff Driscoll to the podium. Thank you.
Welcome, Sheriff.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and manager's office, we sincerely appreciate this opportunity to address you this afternoon. With me today is our command staff from the Sheriff's Department. I'm sure you know all of them. And I'll try to be brief. I think I can be. But with respect to the increments, we are in support of the county manager's recommendations for the jail district increments. And at this point, unless there's any questions, I'll move on to a couple other areas I'd like to discuss. So, well, thank you. I'd like to talk a little bit about our jail. And in order to do that, I need to give kind of a perspective, a historical perspective of where we were when we built the jail, how we've come along, where we are today, and where we're headed. You know, in 1998, when our jail was constructed, we were state of the art. We modeled that jail after the one in Pinal County. And it was the most up-to-date jail in the country at the time. And over time, we developed ideas. We did some things. We established some programs like Exodus in 2007. And we had to come back to the voters and have the jail district tax upped by 0.2 cents. So we learned some things during this process. And over the years, we've seen situations evolve in our community as well as throughout the country. Different situations, different trends that I think we all see, recognize, whether those were related to substance abuse, whether they were related to education. We've heard so much already this afternoon about where we are with our young people and where we need to be going. Well, I think our jail has also evolved. You know, most communities view a jail as a necessary evil. And I don't believe that. I think we need to make our jails a necessary opportunity. We want people to leave better in our communities. We want people to leave our jail in a better physical and mental condition than when they entered our jail. And there are certain ways to do that. We've all heard about the programming that we talk about, the various things that we can do to enhance somebody's short time that they may be with us in jail. And then all of a sudden, we were hit by COVID. And I think COVID set all of us back. It set, I think, government back, our communities back, individuals back, and how to rethink things, how to redo things. But we learned a number of lessons, especially from the jail perspective. We learned that our employees were better off coming to work than they were from trying to work at home for their mental health. And that really affected our employees who work in our detention facility. They were much better off being at work. We also learned how to do business differently with supply and demand, with delays in getting supplies and food to feed inmates. We learned how to do business differently. We learned how to conduct procedures differently. And we made it through COVID, I think, pretty well, considering everything that happened. But there's other things. I think the biggest thing that we learned from COVID is that we don't need to keep 450 to 500 people in our jail every day. That we found that we were able to cut that down to 300, which is what we have, 302 people today. We cut that back through the help of the courts, through the help of other law enforcement agencies, not booking a great deal of inmates into our jail, not utilizing or booking those super users that we had experienced for the last 60 years that were in and out of our jail, that revolving door that we had. We didn't need to keep them in jail for long periods of time and accomplish nothing. We cut that population down to that 300. And now who we have in our jail are people who need to be there. We have people in our jail who present a danger to themselves or to our community. And that's who needs to be in our jail. And we've undertaken programs to help those other individuals that were our super users, part of that revolving door that we've seen with other people arrested coming in and out of our facility, consuming millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars for both medical needs and criminal justice needs. And we've been fortunate. The other partners within our criminal justice system have certainly contributed to helping us deal with that. Hopefully, we've been able to lighten their caseloads somewhat as well. But now, as we have 300 people in jail instead of the 450 to 500, we haven't seen our crime rate get out of control. We haven't seen crime go crazy in our streets since we've cut that population down. So that says to me that we don't need to have 450 people sitting in our jail. Those social services I mentioned earlier, though, have to be provided by a variety of other agencies that are out there. When we start looking at some of the programs that we've been able to do and opportunities that we have created, you all know about our Pathways program, and we're extremely successful with that. We've enjoyed tremendous support from criminal justice, from your offices here, and from our community. Our community has really bought in. We're seeing more and more people and agencies who want to participate and become one of the service providers within the program. We've seen more people within criminal justice or agencies want to participate to do what they can to help offset so many people being in jail and then returning them back to our community in a better condition. And speaking of Pathways, on July 16th, we will be doing a ribbon cutting ceremony. I know it's the break for the summer, but if any of you are in town, this is the first phase of the reconstruction going on in the Pathways facility will be completed. Attorney General Mays will be up here, who has been a very strong advocate of our Pathways program. But we would hope that you would join us for this if you're available around noon on July 16th. Health and Human Services is aware of this as well, and we will, I think, celebrate this event together. As far as Pathways goes, there's some things, Supervisor Fowler, that you talked about earlier, and that's the state stepping up and helping. And I can tell you that the state has been extremely involved in Pathways in supporting us. And I know sometimes it's like pulling teeth to get funding or assistance from the state, but they're the ones who provided the startup $2.5 million that we utilize for Pathways through the Joint Legislative Budget Committee. We've also received a great deal of support from Attorney General Chris Mays in vowing to support it and continue to financially support that through the Attorney General's office. I think what's good about this is that we're not tapping general fund monies. We're not asking for general fund monies to support a very viable program here in Coconino County with Pathways. Not utilizing general fund allows us to I think, be creative in the services that we provide. And although there is a very minimal contribution of jail district funds that helps support the two assessment people who work for the health department to come into our jail and provide those assessments to those inmates, it's important that we realize we're not tapping our general fund for those kinds of expenses. We've been very fortunate, I think, with the state, especially these past several months, to bring in some grants. And you'll see another one tonight at your board meeting concerning a pretty large one that we're utilizing for through border security money for some equipment. Lastly, I want to talk about, I think the last thing that we learned is the health issues that we are facing with this change that we've seen over these last, especially 8 or 9 years. The substance abuse, both fentanyl as well as alcohol, is affecting our population more than it ever has. The health issues that we are seeing coming into our jail have far exceeded our capabilities that we had for a jail designed in 1998. We need to modify our jail to meet those health concerns. When over 40% of the people who enter our jail have mental health issues, that creates a special need within the walls of our detention facility. We also have the physical ailments now that people are coming in with. We're seeing a resurgence in many cases with tuberculosis. We're seeing the fentanyl, the detox needs and issues relating to people coming into our jail. And we need to do some internal things to keep up with these trends and to prepare. When we have 6 medical beds or cells total in our jail, we need to fix that. And so in June, the first week of June, we'll be coming to you at a work session to discuss the jail remodel. And it's more complicated than that, and I don't want to try to get into that right now, but we'll be coming to you at a work session to talk about the needs, to talk about the capabilities that we have, and how we need to modify a 25-year-old facility to meet the changing times. So with that, if you have any questions, I will certainly try to answer them or defer them to our staff that knows a lot more about a lot of things than I do. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions or comments from board members at this time? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you, and appreciate the update. And I know that the jail facilities, I know we've talked about security and the need for the Sally Port remodel and for other things as well. And the amazing thing is a 25-year-old is not very old as it comes with most of the county facilities, but we also understand the specific needs of the jail and the importance for, health and safety concerns moving forward. So, and I know it's something that we as a board have talked about, the possibility of looking at, bonds and, other ways to be able to fund these very, very important needs for our community. So as always, thank you. Thank you for your staff and the great job you all do. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from board members? Supervisor Fowler.
So when you think about jail population, is that reflective of the community, what the community is dealing with? And that's the issue that is in the community, because if you're seeing more alcoholism, fentanyl, and other, I guess these tuberculosis and others where you have to isolate them, you would think that you see that out in the community, and public health nurses and the the community of health, they're dealing with that and trying to address that and trying to relate it back. And then I'm keep thinking back to our community assessment as well. I'm trying to link them all together in my head right now.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Fowler, I think it's very complicated.
Yeah.
And trying to explain it, being in this business and seeing things over a lot of years, I think we tend to be more reactive to things and not anticipate things as much as we should. When we see trends at the hospital with illnesses, I don't think we anticipate those coming into our jails as quick as we should. Or we see a trend in overdoses or other kinds of social problems out there as well. I don't think we're as good as we should be about anticipating the impact that it's going to have in our jail as well as on the whole criminal justice system. And I think we need to constantly be monitoring those trends and somehow be able to anticipate more or prepare more for the impacts of those things. I think fentanyl caught it so many of us by surprise, how fast and how deadly it was just in a matter of a couple of years. And now Arizona's the leading state for bringing fentanyl into the United States. I mean, nobody saw that 4 years ago. And I just think things happen much faster, maybe over these years, and we're not able to anticipate things as much.
So, I don't know when the medical needs of an individual had to be met at the jail. I don't know when that started. When you go see the old Western shows, all they do is they don't provide medical care there. And so I don't know when the sheriffs decided they're going to provide medical care and clothing and all of the well-being of a person. And that's where we're at now. And so sometimes people might admit themselves just so that they can get cleaned up and be able to continue their life again. So it's just a comment on that. But the jail, we've been having discussion on this, and I guess what we have to look at is into the future. What is it that we don't know? At one time we did a session about, okay, what do you envision in the future? Oh, working from home, we had all these, we thought they were wild ideas, and then they hit us over the head and ran over us. Now we know what Zoom is, and so I guess that's what we have to look forward to, and then the costs, the escalating costs, and the greater needs of the people that are coming in.
They certainly are greater. As far as providing medical and clothing, I think it was lawsuits who determined that for the sheriff rather than the goodwill of the sheriff.
Yeah, I'm sure that's how it happened, but yeah. And yet we're the ones that have to pay for it. So, and that's where, making sure that insurance and other method of payment is applied. So I think that I just want to go back and say we need to as that again as part of our education to our state legislators, to not, once somebody comes in, is admitted into the jail, then all their insurance stops. Medicaid, Medicare, and that needs to follow them. We need to do, I think, maybe put a better program together, educational program together to do some education out there so it can help us on our side.
That's an issue. I know that the jail commanders, and Matt Figueroa is here, that's discussed frequently on how we can keep them insured so that the counties don't absorb these astronomical medical fees for somebody brought into the jail with a pre-existing some kind of ailment or a medical
So
problem.
we're doing I think we're going to be reviewing our resolutions for NACO again in July. And I don't know if Greg is on, but I think it'd be really good to add that to our resolution and start having that discussion, further discussion, I guess, in our NACO committees, and then take it and make sure it's part of our packet for our advocacy with our state legislators and our congressional delegation as well. I don't think people realize what a detention center provides. You provide education, you provide a well-being for people, even budgeting, medical care, even taking them to a hospital if necessary, dental care, and then the full range of program that wraparound program by the time the person walks out that door. People don't understand that. If we were to maybe put a program, the whole sheet together on one form, or one sheet to educate people, I think that might really have a good, you know, I think that's a good education, because you see the sheriff, and we like our sheriff, but a lot of, you see a police officer and make, and you automatically think, okay, I better put my arms behind me, and so I can just get let in and get, you know, so, and once you're in, I believe it's a small cell and you just sit in there and that's it. But you do much more than that. So I'm just thinking about your building, that expansion that you're talking about leading up to that. Why do you need that building? All you're doing is just housing people. Why would you want to expand? You know, that's the question. So the education has to be there for the community, that you're not just throwing people in, throwing the key away. You're doing much more than that. You're actually caring for the person. And by the time they walk out, they're a better human being and better citizen in our society.
Supervisor Fell, you talked about this when Liz was here, about the money invested early on. Well, the money invested in programming will save us dollars. It will avoid some of these super users coming over and over again when we can get people educated and turn them out to where they're productive and become a contributing member of the community instead of a consumptive member. And that's why we do programming, is to ultimately reduce our costs.
Yeah, and we need to tell that to our, educate our public, our citizens, our residents out there in the community, and also our, be part of our advocacy packets. So thank you. Appreciate all the programs that you put together. It's been very creative programs to, and you have to be so caring to think of a program like that.
We have a creative staff.
Yes.
I just shake hands and kiss babies. They do all the thinking.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just
Supervisor Horstman.
Just real quick, since you were going back to the beginning stages of the Coconino County jail system and the changes. First time I ever heard of Coconino County, I was probably 5 years old, and it was the Crazy Cat cartoon where the mouse kept throwing the brick at Crazy Cat's head, and he'd end up in the Coconino County jail. So, and I can tell you, we've come a long way since Coconino County Jail on Crazy Cat. So.
Careful, somebody will do a T-shirt with that on it. So.
You know, you should. It could be a fundraiser. You might be able to get that Sally port. I don't know.
Don't get any ideas once you leave here.
And I believe that the sheriff's name was Officer Bull Pup was the name of the sheriff that was in charge of the Coconino County Jail. So.
Okay. He retired, so okay.
Vice Chair Begay.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I enjoy all the presentations that have been coming forth, but I think, you know, just earlier this morning, we talked about another topic, you know, where we felt that we really need to do something, you know, as far as funding wise and stuff like that. But I just wanted to say that just recently, within the past 2 months, the NACO, I was appointed as a NACO Human Services and Education Steering Committee member. So we've had our meetings, and I think this topic kind of falls into that too. So I just want to say, you know, whatever goes out from the county, you know, anything packets that we need to take, you know, along with us, I think that is something that we need to do to the state level and to our congressional, to the NACO conference, wherever we have to go, you know, to do some lobbying or whatever. So I just want to say thank you for all your hard work, and I look forward to the presentation where you're going to talk about the renovation of the jail and, you know, coming back to the board with that. So thank you so much, you know, to you and your staff.
Thank you. And if you need any information for packets. Just let us know. We'll produce whatever we need to.
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation and look forward to hearing how the upgrades for the jail start progressing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Vasquez,
Yes,
members of the
please.
board. When you bring in the sheriff, we get back right on schedule. So we are right on schedule. We're scheduled for a break, or Aaron Beckett is here from the treasurer's office. So at your pleasure, we can bring in the treasurer's office or take a little break.
Let's go ahead and how do people feel? Let's keep going. That way, let's get through as much as we can. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if you recall, the treasurer had several increment requests, and I'll just briefly mention them. They had a back tax program manager, new FTE request. They had an admin specialist, 2 FTE request, and then temporary wage increase as well. Aaron is handing out some supplemental information on things, including information on the FY25 estimates for increased costs for mailings. That's the production of the mailings and the cost for the mail itself. I wanted to let you know that we, in conversations with the treasurer, the county manager's office has assisted with a contingency item for them for this year for FY24 for the unforeseen inflation in the costs for mailings, again, the production and the mail itself. And I do want to recognize that the treasurer dug deep and they're actually producing the mailings themselves instead of going to the printer this year. And on the particular increment request for FY25, we've also had a conversation of the back tax program manager. That is a new FTE. And if you recall, we have not at this point recommended any new FTEs this year. We have recommended continuation of several one-time limited term positions. So we did not make a recommendation on this, but in conversations with the treasurer, again, they dug deep and they had a person give notice on one of their back tax support folks. And so what the treasurer would like to do is reclassify that position to a supervisory role. And that's something that can be done administratively. So we're heavily supportive of that, and that can take place right away.
Great, thank you. Before we continue, is there any way we can put this slide up on the screen? We do have a supervisor who's participating virtually, and I don't know if he's received these documents yet.
I believe.
Or
you
can we
have those,
send
can you
it
email those
electronically
to
to him?
Megan and she can email them to him? I think we can do it that way, Mr. Chair, if that will work for you. Sorry about that, sir. So with that, and that was a back tax program manager for the benefit of the public watching and Supervisor Hess. That was a one-time cost of $2,800 and $88,650. That, again, that is not recommended, and we will deal with that administratively by reclassifying an existing position. So, and the treasurer was wonderful to bring that one up. We still do not recommend the admin spec 2 FTE. Instead, what we are suggesting and recommending is that we fund for FY25 the temp wage increase for $16,500. And with that info, I'll turn it over to Erin if she has anything she wants to add.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Again, my name is Erin Beckett, and I'm filling in for Treasurer Benatar and Deputy Chief Waka today. So the supporting documentation that I handed out and that Megan is working to get on screen is giving you a breakdown. This is something that we previously presented to the board within our budget documentation. However, it outlines just the cost for printing and postage. So these are all items that we are statutorily required to take care of and manage within our office. As DCM Brown mentioned, we are taking care of the delinquent tax notice mailings ourselves. That is something that we print and mail out and do the manual labor of stuffing envelopes. We love it. To save money, really, in the operational budget. So what this is showing is the cost of 4 different areas from FY23, FY24, and FY25, what's estimated or projected. So the public notice for the tax lien sale, there you can see that there was an increase from FY23 to FY24 of 443%. For our tax notices for the printing, there was a 120% increase from FY23 to FY24. Tax notice postage, there was a 117% increase. And then other property tax, postage and printing. So when we have customer requests, refund checks, anything like that, that needs to get mailed and printed, there's a 139% increase. So below that, in the orange section, we have our operational base budget. We included the CPI adjustment of 10%, giving us a new base operational budget in FY25 of $152,240. What this means after we pay all of our mandatory items listed above the 4 sections, we have about $12,000 left in our operational budget. That's about $1,000 a month. That is very hard to live off of, so to speak. So as Deputy DCM Brown mentioned, this year, for fiscal year 24, we did have a $30,000 salary savings requestment to transfer to our operational budget, as well as approximately $10,000 in contingency funds from the county manager's office to assist with the cost of printing and postage for our delinquent tax notices. So what we're asking is for an increase in our operational budget on top of the 10% CPI, an additional $50,000. So that going forward, we don't have to look to contingency funds or salary savings to continue to operate our office. There are some additional items that are included. You know, when you think about your staff training and certifications, continuing education, those are some of the items that are an annual that we need to continue. So Treasurer Benatar does a certification every year to continue to manage public fund money. That's included in that operational budget. So apologies. I'm going to leave it at that and see if you have any questions as of yet.
Do we have any questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Horstman?
Just clarification. And so you're asking for a $50,000 increase for operational funding. That would include the treasurer's certification. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
thanks.
I have a comment.
So Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, so what else is within that 50,000, or is just that, just what was mentioned?
It's not just what was mentioned. So it's going to be any training and certifications for staff, office supplies, costs for running the department. Another item that we have not had the chance to get back to since COVID, and a large part of that is budget dollars and staffing, is the community outreach services within reach. Treasurer Benatar and Deputy Chief Waka both attended, went to Page in October, and there is a large following and request for us to bring back those services. That requires a budget to be able to do so.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? Again, I'd like to appreciate everybody's flexibility in finding a way to cover all our needs and costs in this time of a tight budget. And so thank you to your office and everybody else who contributed to find a solution so we can move forward. And I'm glad we're going to be able to increase the printing amounts so that you don't have to spend $1,000 a month. Are there any other final comments this time? All right. In that case, thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciate it.
So
All
Chair
right.
Vasquez, that concludes our presentations for today. We are prepared to have a bit of a wrap-up discussion in which we have, as Supervisor Fowler requested, the sheet that shows we have the 1 million and how we're expending that. But prior to that, would we like to take a break or?
Oops. We can take a break. I don't care. But I think that we did talk about this morning, the investment, $1 million, we were going to make some changes to, but I think there may be some more changes to go on that. And for example, the 50,000 increase for the treasurer's office as an example of that, I got to just say, I think it's more than reasonable under the circumstances and the costs that are incurring there. And so, that may be something we want to add. In terms of division number 7, and I know we'll probably talk about this more later, cutting back to the bare bones on division 7, I think that 600 and some, what is it? 651 is something we should probably add to. I want to see where we are, right? And so, the treasurers for 50,000, the 651, I think in terms of the superintendent of public instruction, it sounds like her needs are getting taken care of by the SRS funding this year, so we don't have to necessarily go there. And then we have 2 outstanding kind of our community partners that we probably want to consider giving something. I'm not sure whether we can do it full funding. And I think if we got this update with this $1 million investment, I know we just got this, but I think it needs to be modified yet again for those other items so that we can see what we have left over. And we might be able to do that rather quickly, quite frankly. So 50,000 plus division 7.
Yeah. Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Sue Brown just handed out a printout of where we are now. And so you can get a glimpse of where we stand, and then we can, I think Megan's just getting in and open up the spreadsheet and yeah, we can do that in real time. Yeah.
Please do, because now it seems like we have more money to play with than we thought.
We're in a good place. I think well, we're in we are showing that, okay. Lindsay, can you? Yeah. We'll work on it. So Megan is being promoted to a panelist, and there you are, Megan. So we are showing that we do have some capacity and that we are conservative fiscal managers as a board and as a staff. And so to Chair Vasquez's point, we can plug in some of those additional numbers.
It's in there. It's under various.
Yeah.
Continues division 7 through second to bottom.
Supervisor Horstman, if you look at the bottom part where it says various, continue division 7 through 6/30/25. So the difference there is between what you saw this morning from the courts and what you see here is that they had incorporated some of the offsets, the 2 court reporters. So what we did is balance that out. So of the 651 that you saw originally, I believe it was 651,000 or thereabouts. Then we took the offsets away, and the balance of division 7 for all of the things we talked about is 403,600. So $403,600.
Supervisor Horstman.
So I have division 7 proposal handed out to us, which gives the listing on here. The total for the Superior Court was 345,000. And then moving on for the county attorney request, total for county attorney was 105. Division 7 public defender request, total for public defender was 201, 250. Grand total I have was 651, 250. So I think, maybe I'm wrong, I'm not sure where and by the way, on that, they then took the offset of the 100, yeah, what did they do?
135.
Of 192 is what I have, not 135.
Oh.
And then the difference
No.
Was 96,400. So what we got this morning doesn't seem to be jiving with this, but it just isn't being presented. It was kind of like what we had. We need the apples to apples. If you're putting an orange in there, we just need to know the orange is in there.
Right. So we are, I think, so we're all on the same page. We're using the Division 7 page we got from the Superior Court this morning. Right. And if you note in the very first section, they've got one offset there, which was 135,000 for the 2 court reporters. There are additional offsets. There is the RTC offset, and Megan remind me was the 3rd offset. That were not incorporated in here. Want a break? Sure.
Yeah, why don't we take a break so that we can get this adjusted?
I think that's a great idea, but the other is this. We need to be able to see the figures and they need to make jive. If we're given things, and I know it's not your fault. I mean, you're just filling in, but and we really appreciate you doing this.
So Supervisor Horstman, this is the process of beating the budget until it confesses. We are confessing. We're beating and confessing. And so we talked to Siri over the lunch hour, and the 4036 is the 500,000 at the bottom of the Division 7 proposal minus the 96.4. But we will continue to beat on these numbers and make sure that we wind up with the correct number.
And it does it contain the county attorney request and the public defender request? Because it'd be good maybe to get that broken
Yeah,
down.
so we're factoring in the offsets, and by that offsets, as Sue had mentioned, the restoration of competency.
This is a run.
Yeah, yep.
So then, as colleagues, do we want to wrap up for today and return at 6 o'clock, or do we want to take a break and come back in 10
Just
minutes?
stay forever.
Feels like
We
that.
would love to spend more time with you today. But what we are showing is we do have some capacity to work with. Not much, but I think as we've discussed today, and then we'll have discussions tomorrow, there is a bit of capacity to work with.
Division 7 is in there. And then as we talked about the treasurer's office, and I think that's really it.
I think that one of the things that's not shown on here, but through our conversations, is there were found alternate solutions for the treasurer's office's requests, the school superintendent's request, and am I missing one? But I believe that those kind of help remove some of those increment requests on this list.
So, Mr. Chair, for tomorrow, what we can show is a running tally that includes the offsets, specifically the offsets that we're talking about, addition of potential, the community partner funding, the work for the treasurer's office. So we'll just run a tally to get down to the bottom line is we have a balance of, or we don't. Right? So we'll just do a simple tally. Yeah. So that's, yeah, because it's debits to the left, credits to the right. So we'll just do an accounting.
Thank you, Stephen, and Supervisor Horstman, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. The treasurer's request for the 50,000 is has not been factored in. That was, I think, a new request today. So we'll look at that as well. So.
Yeah, thank you. And some of that comes just from the 5-year fund balance history. When some of us looked and did the numbers, it didn't quite come together. And so that's why we're getting a little confused and would like to see those numbers hashed out a little better.
Right.
Thank you. We really appreciate everyone. And so with that, we will adjourn budget today and we'll return at 6 o'clock for our normal board meeting. Thank you, everyone.